Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Absolutely.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time.
Yeah, I hear you. You're
okay.
on.
I can't hear myself. Time for the crossover. It's powered by the rooferys at John
the
and
microphone's
Higgins
messing up.
Weather
Nope.
Guard.
It's powered by Everlevel.
Oh, no, yeah. I can't see anything from over here. How do you guys do this?
Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com.
We've kind of memorized it.
Good read.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
true.
Now, and it's kind of one of them things.
Usually
but,
into a snack by now.
Why you
Hey,
eat a snack
you know
that
what?
fast?
Well, he grabs
Just grab
an
one of them
Uncrustable.
lemonades out of the refrigerator. You'll
Hell
be-
yeah.
Hi, Josh.
Hi, how we doing?
Good. How are you? I mean, the question's how are you doing?
Yeah, how are you?
Hey, talking to other people is nice.
Yeah. I bet.
Much more agreeable.
Yeah, understandably so.
Why am I not allowed to talk to anyone?
I don't know.
I don't
I mean,
know.
tell your host.
I mean, I got to be here producing somebody. Might as well be me, right?
Yeah, I guess that's true.
I could have helped out. We could have talked baseball.
Nick could have been the host of the show today.
I did talk baseball.
I could have produced and Josh could have hosted.
Well, then
could
I
been
wouldn't have
back
gotten
here.
paid.
Oh, nice. Well done. Well done.
How you guys doing? What's
I'm great.
going on? John, how's home?
It's wonderful. You know, it's hotter than Hades out there.
Did
Oh,
your dog
sucks.
remember who you are?
Yeah, she did. She did. She was very happy to see me.
I'll tell you, it's hotter than Hades in the studio too.
John, it's toasty.
Yeah, it's rough.
Toastier than
Yeah.
yesterday, even.
Really?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
So they
Yeah.
they still haven't figured out the air conditioner.
Nope.
Great.
But we got the zone. We got the zone logo behind us again, which
Oh,
is
wow.
nice. I put that up there
Yeah.
yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, we figured since they painted the studio, we might as well start hanging.
Yeah, start
things back
hanging
up.
stuff back. We should probably go get those other photos, put
Yeah.
those up on the wall.
We were told it was definitely going to happen,
Mm-hmm.
and it did.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it looks great in here. John, can you hear us? You keep looking confused. Okay.
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm fine.
All right.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay.
Everything's great. Everything's just wonderful.
Mm.
It's hard to get back into a routine
Mm.
Yeah.
after this week, particularly. There's just so
Mm.
much going on,
Yeah.
you know? And it's even when you're at home, you're like, what are we doing here? What are we doing?
Yeah.
It just everything feels off. It's amazing how this week or 10 days, or whatever we want to call it, just kind of throws everything off. And
Uh-huh.
I'm not complaining.
Martyr baton.
No, it's just it. You know, when it's almost like it's like a vacation, but it's not a vacation,
Mm.
right? Because sometimes when you go on vacation, you're off for a week. You come back and you're like, okay, so what's going on?
Would you say this
And
is
that's
harder
kinda
than coming back from a vacation?
It can be because you're so focused. Like when you're on vacation, occasionally you'll check in, you'll see what's going on, blah, blah, blah. But when you're doing the World Series, and that is, it's like 10 hours out of every day, at least, right? You're sitting in the ballpark, you're talking baseball, you're watching baseball. You are shutting out the rest of the world. And then you get done and you're like, okay, I got to unwind. And you just kind of tune everything out. So it's a little bit different than coming back from vacation. It can be a little bit harder. And so you're like, okay, what did I miss? What did I miss?
Hey,
And
Daddy's home. Lick, lick, lick.
Lick, lick, lick.
The puppy missed me.
Mm.
The puppy missed me.
I would definitely say I understand those feelings. Coming back on the first day of after a vacation is always like, what has happened? Because I at least do my best to check out entirely.
Yeah, me too.
But John, you're not checked out. You're checked in on something so much that in a way, I think it's actually harder to pay attention to the
You're
other stuff.
Yeah.
Overly locked into one thing.
Very much so. And John was definitely overly locked into one thing. in
I
particular.
was overly locked in.
Mhm.
And I mean, and you guys too. I mean, I know you're still doing a show, right?
Yeah. Oh,
But
yeah.
you're doing it from the baseball village, and you're kind of all around it.
Yep.
And now you're back in your your studio.
Yes.
And
sweating.
And it's like trying to get back into a rhythm again. You know?
Yes, definitely.
So we'll try to be in a rhythm today.
But what
we'll do our
if,
best.
while you were trying to get into that rhythm, you were exhausted because you've been working and locked in for. It's not like a relaxing vacation where you're trying to get back in and you're like, okay, I just got to find the rhythm again. It's hey, I need you to get back into a rhythm while you're exhausted.
Yeah. No, I hear you there. I hear you there because, they're long days. You're outside. It's a grind. And, it can kind of wear on you, just being outdoors for a long time and, juggling other things and stuff like that. So, yeah, it can just be a little bit, taxing when you're trying to, do something else.
We had a normal night at home last night. And
yeah, what'd you do?
I just kind of sat there. And then
Nice.
about 7:30,
I sat there.
I was like, wow, it's only 7:30.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it should be 8, 9, 10 o'clock. And time just kind of crawled.
Yeah.
But I enjoyed the time. I enjoyed sitting in the air conditioning with my wife.
That's good.
Yeah.
Oh, air conditioning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you'll get back to the AC life soon, Josh.
I know my office is air conditioned. I don't know why this room can't be.
Yeah, no, it's really nice in the office right now, by the way.
Mm.
Normally our office gets kind of hot, but comparatively, it's pretty nice.
Jordan says, is it hotter in the studio or the 1620 The Zone booth at the Omaha Baseball Village?
It's
today?
hotter in here.
Yeah, I think it's slightly hotter in here.
The booth was nice.
We'll find out. John and I will find out on Monday afternoon.
The village has a fan. The village has water. And not that this place doesn't have water or a fan or
Here, do this. You got to do this, Josh.
I shouldn't have to.
I know. Sometimes you got to do that.
There was
though.
airflow also. You had airflow there.
And what the hell?
I think the crossover
Yeah, the
might be
mic's
coming
acting
to
up.
an end very shortly.
And you kind of know going in, like, okay, it's going to be hot at the village. I don't expect it to be hot here.
That's the thing. Mentally, you're prepared for the hot. When you're outside, on a summer day, I prepare to be hot. When I'm inside on a summer day, I prepare to be cool.
Great take.
Yeah, that's how I roll. That's how I roll.
I'm sorry, I didn't prepare a topic for us to discuss.
Dude, you prepared so many topics today.
Yeah, you had to do a lot. My stupidity has caused great pain and suffering across the world. It's affected everybody. Connor's now moving, doing other things. Josh has got to do extra shows.
Yeah.
Wait, I got to do extra shows?
No, I had to do
Oh,
a show
I was like, what did I have to do?
because of the lawnmower incident, because
Yeah.
of the boat anchor.
The gardening accident.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
So
never
my
realized that
stupidity
trickle
has
down.
led to all of this.
Yeah.
It probably had something to do with the air conditioner being broken.
Trickle down
Oh,
John-onomics.
can we blame John for the AC?
Damn it, John.
We used to have a different John here, and he controlled the AC.
He did.
So it actually kind of fits. John, did John pass it down to you?
From one John to
guess.
another.
Mm-hmm.
I guess. I don't know. I mean, I did something wrong.
This has been passed down from one John to another for centuries
Yeah.
in radio.
Michael
Yeah.
McDonald gave it to you.
By
Air conditioner.
the way, apparently, I just got this sent to me from a friend of the Grum.
Okay.
Another friend, Howard Borden, who we see every day at the Men's College World Series.
A staple.
He went viral. Have you seen this?
He
Have
went
you-
viral?
Yep. I am going to get this uploaded into our system, but he asked a
Wait.
question today, and it seems like Coastal Carolina had some fun with it.
Oh my god.
Oh no!
So the responses are, what a weird question.
I was going to
Oh,
insult the
no.
question,
Yeah.
but I knew a member of the quote unquote Omaha media asked it, so I didn't want to start a fire
Yeah.
where I didn't need
Yeah,
to
but
start
did
a
you-
fire.
But Josh, did you know who asked the question?
I didn't until just now.
I don't know anything about this.
No.
I need to hear the tape recorded version of this.
Nice. Good reference, Nick. Mitch Sherman just quoted it. Howard going viral. ...
Incredible.
Oh God!
And he has no
I would record it
idea.
right now, but it would have a little volume on my phone. All right, I'm gonna make it happen though, so we can all listen to it.
This
together
was
real
at
fast.
the press conference today, the car wash at the
the
Chuck
car
Box.
wash.
That's right.
The Northwestern football.
The car
Northwestern football.
Yeah, the car wash thing. Or there's like
What?
Car Wash and Shrek.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I forgot that they did that. Yes.
Yeah.
I always just think of Shrek. I don't think of Car Wash.
See, and I stick on the Car Wash more than Shrek.
I am
The
completely.
Car Wash
Why?
thing
What are
seems
you talking
weirder.
about?
He's talking about Pat Fitzgerald,
Yeah.
John, but apparently there was something with a car wash that I don't even remember.
It was like Car Wash and Shrek, and I latched
Yeah.
onto the Car Wash thing because that feels infinitely more weird than the Shrek thing.
Then Shrek?
Yes.
It's called Shrek, though.
Yeah.
I still have no idea what everyone's talking about.
John, you don't remember when Pat Fitzgerald got fired and there was like something that happened where there was like Shrek references? You don't remember that?
I don't remember Shrek being involved.
It was like a name of something.
Remember a car wash?
No, I really don't.
You don't
Part of
remember? You don't remember
hazing.
anything about Pat Fitzgerald getting
You don't-
fired?
yeah,
I know who Pat Fitzgerald is.
Okay, well that's good. I would hope that you wouldn't have
Well,
forgotten about.
But who cares? But do we have Howard yet?
I'm getting John. I'm literally recording it right now.
Oh,
I'm getting it
okay,
uploaded.
okay,
Yeah.
okay,
Let Nick. What's the car wash thing?
I'm finding it. I'm reading it right now on ESPN.
Be
I need to
careful.
find it back.
Yeah.
Be careful.
The Shrek part was something about like clapping, if I remember right. I don't remember exactly.
Well, I mean, I remember what happened with
Oh,
the
group of older players called the Shrek Gang that they would lead the hazing.
Weird.
And then what's the car wash part?
Yeah, I don't,
Running. I'm not there yet.
So yeah, here it is. Northwestern football hazing rituals included Shrek claps. Oh, here it is. And naked human car washes.
That's infinitely weirder than whatever Shrek clap is.
I know. I just Shrek clap is just it's stuck with me, Nick, for all these years.
Names would be added to the whiteboard in the locker room. It's called the Shrek list.
I feel better now for knowing this. But thank you.
All right, get in the
Do
file.
you?
No, John doesn't care.
I mean, not really, but now I know.
Mm-hmm.
Now I know the rest of the story.
And now
Can't believe-
you know the rest of the story.
Soaped up their bodies and blocked the entrance to the team showers. That's the car wash.
Weird.
Yikes. Not great, folks.
Don't do that. I want to
Yeah.
go on record.
That's weird.
Nick, no one is disagreeing with you that
I
it's
know.
not
It's
weird.
just so weird.
No one's arguing any of that. I would say this. I think this is turning into a crappy boo year quite quickly.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought I was stalling for time.
No, it's not you.
To get
Yeah.
that video in.
No, it's getting uploaded.
Okay.
Yeah. You know how the
It
internet
takes a while.
You know how the internet works here.
Oh, it works great
Yes.
here. What are you talking about? Everything
Yes,
works great here.
I am completely aware of how it all works. It just takes a while.
Mm.
So this happened at the Coastal Carolina. So
Yeah. They were asked
now-
a question.
okay.
All right. And let's see how long it takes now to get into StreamYard.
Oh, okay.
Hopefully not too long.
Do you know if the question is included? Could we?
It
give
better
them
be.
the-
It better be. I
could we
recorded
tell?
it. Well, the players are just sitting there listening, and
Okay.
it's the whole clip. And
Okay.
so, all right, it is processing right now. We're
Ooh.
almost there. I promise you.
Processing.
All right, Nick, do we have the StreamYard turned up?
Good
Yeah.
deal.
All right, here we go. This is from the press conference earlier today.
For Blake and Caden and Jacob always asked us every year, your thoughts on LSU. What do you admire just as student athletes and fans of baseball? What do you like about the Tigers?
Not a whole lot.
Yeah, I mean, we're not really worried about the Tigers. We're more of just a self-oriented team. Like, we're just focused on our team and our team only.
Okay, so yes, it was Howard's question, but it was the response that is that is driving the interest. I mean, is it a great question?
No.
No.
I
Could have
mean,
asked it. I know what he was trying to say.
I
What
think he's
impresses you about them is the way that he should have phrased it.
What is it? What is it that you admire about their game, or something like that?
Admire
But
makes
instead
it seem like they look up to LSU.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they don't. I mean, they're in the same game as
After
them.
a week of them saying, "We're not little brother. We deserve to be here.
Correct.
We're trying to win the whole thing."
Correct. Yeah.
So technically, Howard is trending.
He created the meme. He created
it with the question, but it was just the answer. It was the funny part though was watching, and I guess I didn't see how close. I didn't see the name tag, but the first player just to coach's left who started snickering.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, if you were listening on the radio or listening in the stream, you couldn't see it. But the first player just started snickering, and then Jacob Morrison, the pitcher at the end, was the
Not a
one who
whole lot.
said, not a whole lot. And then that led to laughter. And
yeah.
So
Max says, Howard, who is this reporter? Yeah, I guess, do people know about Howard?
I guess
Probably not.
In our audience?
Well, Howard is a College World Series institution.
Yes.
He has been at the College World Series for a very long time. Now, back in the day, he and another individual, Tom Corator, the late Tom Corator, did a lot of high school sports on radio. And let's just say their broadcasts were very interesting. Howard now, he shows up. The only time I don't see him at any other sporting events. The only sporting event I ever see him at is at the College World Series, and he is there all the time. He is there for every game from sun up to sundown.
Matt got a chance to meet him recently.
I called a high school state baseball game in the same room as him.
Oh,
a month or so ago.
He does a lot of interviews. He interviews a lot of people, people in the press box, people on the field. I still don't know to this day where those interviews actually get played. He does use older technology. He has upgraded from a cassette recorder
mini disc
that was the size of,
oh my gosh, John, huge.
Well, I mean, for some kids, they may not even understand this reference. A cassette deck that's the size of a VCR.
Oh yeah, they don't get that. A small DVD. Nope, they don't get that either.
No. What would it be the size of a TiVo? Nope, that doesn't work. Anyway, it was a big cassette recorder, very big,
the size of a switch.
Oh, there you go.
2 switches laid side by side is how big it was.
That's good.
Yeah.
Now that's a reference I don't get, but anyway,
we got it.
He's upgraded from a big cassette recorder to a little handheld cassette recorder, about the size of a couple of big Apple iPhones.
Nice.
So that was the big story a couple of years ago. And again, he does all of these interviews. He's on the field. He's interviewing players. He's interviewing coaches before the game. I don't know where on earth these interviews play.
Patreon. Maybe he has a Patreon.
I highly unlikely.
Subscribe today.
I mean, this is a guy who's still using cassettes.
OnlyFans?
OnlyFans.
He got a little confused about it.
If you're in the ballpark early enough, he's an older gentleman with glasses who walks around and usually, especially on a day like this, would probably have a towel over his head, draped down over his shoulders. But he's on the field. He's interviewing folks. That's who Howard is. Long-winded explanation, but that's.
I think you did a good job.
Yeah.
I tried my best, even though I was struggled to find anything comparable as far as size is concerned.
Yes, that was tough when you're trying
to. Kids don't understand it.
Yeah, VCR no, TiVo no, DVD player.
I think the
no.
Switch one is a pretty good comparison.
Yeah, 2 switches,
or like a PS5.
But I don't understand. Okay, yeah, okay. There you go.
A sideways PS5,
a size of the original Xbox.
Well, they're not gonna. Do the kids know about?
They're not gonna understand it. Learn some history, kids.
Yeah, seriously.
Several
batons. Go back 10
together.
years. Just go back 10 years and look at what an Xbox looks like.
Several martyr batons taped together, John.
Original Xbox was more than 10 years ago, John.
Yeah, John, that came out like 20 years ago.
Yeah, that came out in 2001.
It's been a long time.
Again, just learn things.
Learn history.
Just learn things.
I think that might be the first time anyone has ever said learn some history, and it's about a video game console. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Well done, John. I like it.
It goes back further than that.
Yeah.
The original Xbox wasn't that much smaller than the original Atari 2600.
Now, that's not a reference they're going to understand.
The original Xbox was
I understand.
chunky.
Chunk boy?
It was
They had the big controller, too. They called it the Duke.
Cool.
The football?
No.
The football. Good. Now, there's an old reference.
Actually,
I like it.
It might have been. I think they did name it after the football, though.
Whoa.
Actually, yeah. Because of how
They did?
big it was. Yeah.
Really?
Max says, I know what you're talking about. Or I now know what you're talking about. Thanks, guys. Had no idea. Does he just go by Howard like Slash or Prince, the legendary Howard? No, he has a last name.
Well, yeah, Howard Borden is his last name, but we all just know him as Howard.
Yeah, he's Howard.
He's Howard. And he's there every year. I mean, he's a nice gentleman. I'm not saying he's a bad. He is a very nice gentleman.
He'll chat you up.
And
he likes talking.
He was talking to the Coastal social media guy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, before their game the other day.
Are you saying
nice.
they plotted to go viral here today?
No.
Interesting.
That's
Ask
not
them
what I'm
about
saying.
how much they respect and love LSU. You'll be on ESPN's Twitter
It'll be
account.
good for clicks.
Clicks.
We do like clicks.
We do love clicks.
We do love clicks.
Well, Josh, do you want to stop talking and go sit in silence?
Go eat an Uncrustable.
Go sit in some AC.
I'm out of Uncrustables.
No.
What? There were like 3 of them in there yesterday.
No, there's only one when I got here.
Oh, what on earth's happening?
Someone's been eating your Uncrustables?
I don't want to accuse anyone of anything, but
feel
I
free.
thought there were 2.
I think you should accuse.
There were multiple in there. I can vouch
Yeah.
for you. There were multiple Uncrustables in there yesterday.
Do you think there's somebody maybe in the morning who needs to eat a peanut butter and jelly sandwich before school work?
Now, if I needed to help them, I'm happy to help.
Mhm.
And if helping involves me giving you my Uncrustable, then yes.
Okay.
But? Is there a but?
I was planning on eating it.
Nice.
Like just ask, you know? Like if I had Uncrustables in the fridge and you wanted one, yeah, but ask first.
Well, those fridges have been turned upside down. First, we were asked to empty them for the College World Series so they could paint,
yeah.
And then they painted in here, and now that those fridges are beverages and snacks for all the producers, which is a great idea. I love that somebody thought of that. I didn't think of that. So maybe someone got confused, I guess.
Maybe.
Oh, this is the producer's fridge. Okay, I can get a snack.
They used to, back when I was an intern for Kevin and Michael, they had a
Show
lock.
was better then.
It was way better, way funnier, but also way more serious.
Oh.
They covered Nebraska with the respectability that they deserved.
Okay.
They had a lock on the fridge.
Oh, now that's a bridge too far.
Well, it's because people outside the studio, like the Schick and Nick show and Unsportsmanlike, they would contribute things to the fridge, and people would come in and take it without asking. It's not that people took it; it's that they didn't ask.
Yeah, just ask.
People come in and ask us, like sometimes, "Hey, can I have a beer?" And we're like, "Of course you can.
Yes, please."
Why would we say no?
Whoa.
Yeah.
Who's drinking on the premises?
Nobody. Except when it's a
Nobody.
1 beer Friday, Josh, like today.
That's today.
It is today.
Happy 1 beer Friday. Share what you're drinking. Hashtag 1 beer Friday.
Thank God.
Mhm.
Thank God.
What a great segment.
What a great segment indeed.
Well, Josh, we're going to let you break because
All right.
you've
Bye,
had
Josh.
you've had a very long day. You've worked very hard, and we appreciate it. And again, I apologize.
Go home.
I apologize on behalf of my mangled hand for all of this heartache that's being caused.
I
around
accept
the
your
building.
apology.
Thank you. My hand doesn't really apologize. It
Nice.
apparently has a mind of its own, and
Mhm.
it hates me right now, so it's
Wow.
very hateful. It's a
Oh,
very
it-
spiteful hand.
It definitely does.
Very spiteful hand. Well, Josh, have yourself an awesome rest of your day and a good weekend as well.
Thank you. I think I'll see most of you this weekend. I don't know if I'll see you, John.
I'll see you Sunday.
Mhm.
John didn't want to see you on Sunday, so you will not see John.
That's okay. I got a mental image of John Bishop in my head.
Perfect.
You'll see me on Monday.
Good enough.
That's the crossover powered by Crappy Boo Year, everyone.
Krabby Boo Year. We
sorry.
apologize. We'll be better.
I'm gonna point the thumb on this one.
I'd point the thumb, but it's mangled and it doesn't work very well.
no.
Brought to you by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com. The Grum begins next on 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7.
Mom, Dad, I wanted to call home and tell you something. You know, being here at college made me realize why you chose Catholic schools for me. My teachers understood what I needed, challenged me, helped me grow. It was about so much more than grades. They taught me to think deeper, to care about others, have faith in myself. And now, I see it every day here. In my studies, my decisions, even how I make friends. I just wanted to say thank you for everything.
Catholic schools. Faith-inspired futures. Learn more at schools.archomaha.org.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh, I did it. I juggled it. I managed it. I got my graphics back.
Graphics?
Yeah, there's something weird going on with PowerPoint, man. It's messing everything up. The files are too big, but I got it fixed.
Sportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton and yes, UNO.
You know, John.
I don't want to hear about it because I want to tell you, you'll appreciate this, Josh. It was all in the spirit of football. That's why I was struggling during the crossover. It was all because of football. You'll appreciate it later in the Grum, I promise.
You were struggling during the crossover?
Yeah, I was trying to. So what happened was
when we would talk and you just have the blank look on your face?
Because I couldn't figure out where it's weird, but PowerPoint's acting weird. But I got it figured out now. And no, don't want to hear about it. I ain't doing it. I ain't buying nothing. Canva sucks. Nick, shut the hell up.
You don't have to buy it. That's the
Shut the hell up. I said, shut the hell up. Just shut the hell up. I don't want to hear about it.
You're the one who brought this up, John. You didn't even have to say anything.
I didn't bring up that shall not be.
No,
named.
you brought up PowerPoint. That you said my PowerPoint's fixed. Nobody even knew that it was broken because nobody cares.
But you know what?
No, but I preemptively stopped Nick from using the dirty 5-letter C word.
It's a great word.
It's a great word, and it doesn't
Oh,
break.
yeah. Women love it.
Canva?
I think all genders and creeds.
Oh, you're talking about a different word. Different word, John.
Bonk.
Oh, welcome to our brains are fried, and it's like a furnace out there because it's windy too. It didn't just have to be hot.
No.
It didn't just have to be hot and humid.
No.
It had to be hot, humid,
and windy.
Yeah.
Very, very hot. I took Banks out for a walk first thing this morning, and we got out the door at about 6:30 a.m. Yeah. And so we walked out, and I closed the garage, and immediately it was like, oh my gosh, I'm already sweating. But it is so key for Banks is a black dog. And so on days like today, look, it's not safe to take a dog out for a walk in 100-degree temps.
No,
I wasn't going to walk him tonight anyway. But, when even when John, 85, we got to take water and we don't take him for as long of a walk because of just the way that sun works on a black dog. And so it was just like, wow, this will be interesting. And he was actually pretty good. Though at the end of the walk, he started eating grass, which he loves doing. And then we were a house away from our home, and he sat down in the grass. And I was like, that's interesting. He doesn't do that if he's tired. And then he started doing and then vomited grass.
Well,
Banks, stop eating grass.
Is it? But isn't when dogs start chewing on grass, that is a sign that they have an upset stomach?
If it is, then Banks has an upset stomach every time he goes outside.
And he
loves grass.
I've always heard that dogs eat grass if they sense rain is
so
coming.
does Woody
for some
Harrelson.
reason.
Nice, John. No, I think Banks just likes it. He loves grass. He'll go in our backyard and just start grazing like he is a herbivore.
I mean,
that's a dinosaur. Right?
Yes, okay, here's what Al says.
It's not just a dinosaur thing. They're just herbivores in nature.
Here's what Al says.
Why are you the way you are?
Because
keep going,
you were
John.
Wrong.
Why are people John's age obsessed with AI so much? Just use regular Google, John.
Well, I do, but the first thing that shows up when you Google it is the Al overview.
I deleted that crap. Get out of here, AI. Anyway,
but
no, whoops.
Well, you know what? I'll do this. I'll click on the VCA Animal Hospital.
Oh, awesome.
Let's see. Oh my gosh,
it's a lot. Yeah, I clicked
paragraph. See, it's a long paragraph. So I'm going to go back to Al because Al, you know what Al does? Al does it in short little bursts, just short little tiny bursts. That's all he does. Okay. Anyway, possible reasons for eating grass. Nutritional needs. Dogs may eat grass to supplement their diet with fiber or other nutrients they may be lacking. So it's like
we're feeding Banks great numbers of food.
Oh, it's like Banks ranch.
Banks is watching some doggy nutritional channel and realizes I need more fiber in my diet.
Though you know what? I will say this. So first of all, he either walks first thing in the morning when he has not eaten in however many hours because he doesn't eat overnight, right? Or before dinner, which means he hasn't had anything since lunch. So maybe he is hungry.
Number 2 reason, says Al, upset stomach.
Yeah, I don't
Some dogs eat grass to induce vomiting, potentially relieving nausea or discomfort.
So wait, he's doing it on purpose? Banks, is Banks that smart? But he doesn't always throw up when he eats grass. It's probably a once a month situation.
But wait, there's more. Number 3, boredom or curiosity.
I think it's that. Though
dogs may eat grass out of boredom, especially if they're left alone for long periods or lack sufficient stimulation. Josh, you're not stimulating.
See, I don't like any. We give him walks every day.
Stimulate Banks. You need to stimulate Banks.
Stop it, John.
It says lacking sufficient stimulation. Stimulate your dog.
He has lots of stimulation. We play fetch with him in the backyard. He gets a walk every day. Every day.
Maybe he's bored of fetch. Maybe he wants to play an Xbox or a Switch.
He has lots of toys. We give him Banks. I'll check in with him. We throw popcorn. He's been getting better at catching popcorn lately. We're very proud of our boy Banks. He gets all sorts of food. He gets a licky mat every night, which is frozen yogurt. He gets his 3 squares a day, which is always important. He gets the cheese tax when we're cooking, sometimes the chicken tax, sometimes the bacon tax.
Well, maybe that's why he's eating grass, because his stomach's so upset from all the taxes.
Yeah,
that's true. Taxes make a lot of people's stomachs quiver.
Nice.
Number 4
no taxation without representation, says Banks.
Number 4 reason that Banks might be eating grass, taste and texture.
Yeah,
some dogs simply just enjoy the taste or texture of grass.
That is the answer, because there's very specific types of grass that he likes to eat. And I don't know what it is, but it's not. He doesn't eat the grass at home in our front yard, and he doesn't eat it in yards. But there's like this part near a bridge where it's long, and he's like, "It's go time."
That's
and I'm
the
like,
grass.
"No, Banks, stop it." The other day there were berries on the ground. He started eating those, and then guess what he did? He threw it up because it was a berry on the ground.
Sometimes ground berries can be
good.
No,
they're not, Nick.
Eat a ground berry.
Ground berries. The ground berries. Because ground berries look like bird droppings.
J-Man
especially
says,
when they've been baking in the hot sun all day.
J-Man, is Josh the dog father like Connor is an absentee father? No, I spend many hours with Banks.
Josh doesn't stimulate Banks
No,
enough.
he's very stimulated.
Number 5 reasons.
There's more reasons?
Yes, there's 6. Number 5. Instinct. Eating grass is a natural behavior observed in wild dogs and wolves, suggesting it could be an instinctive behavior. Perhaps Banks is a wild dog or a wolf.
He just gets a hankering. I just need to eat grass right now, man.
John says, spend some time with and acknowledge Banks, Josh. Dogs needs love too. I'm going to go home and just stare at him and talk to him for 4 hours tonight.
And that
Hello,
might
Banks.
be Actually, that
What if
might
he
be
said
the reason.
hello back?
That'd be badass.
That might be the reason. It might be not the curiosity. It might be the boredom. He's bored of you.
That would be a huge bummer, but I don't think he is because when I get home, his tail wags really fast.
Are you sure? I mean,
Mr. Banks.
I mean, get around about 3:45, 4 o'clock. I start to glaze over when you talk.
Understandably so. Understandably so.
And number 6.
Last one.
Number 6 reason my Banks might be eating grass. Parasites.
I love
In
that
rare
movie.
cases, dogs may eat grass to try to expel intestinal parasites.
Oh, see, interesting, because I always figured that the parasites were what was making him throw up.
I want to know what, like, that's a dog wife tale. That is 100%. Like, some dog communicated that with other dogs, and it got passed down through dogs.
You know, John, how there are old wives' tales where it's like, clap your hands twice before bed and you'll always sleep
or like,
well.
if you have an upset stomach, drink Sprite or 7-Up.
Wait, that's not good for you?
I've never heard that one before. Go back. There is an old wives' tale that if you clap your
No,
hands
that was a joke. That was just me.
Oh.
But there is something about like if you're pregnant and you want a boy and you lay a certain way,
right?
You know, maybe flip over when you're doing stuff. I don't know what's going on, but I've heard about these things.
Anyway, so I think it's like a dog. That's like a doggy version of a wife tale.
Is this going back to reason number?
Wait a second. No, what are you talking about, John?
Is this going back? Is this going back to reason number 3 and lacking stimulation?
No, Banks loves humping. He humps his bed all the time. But it's usually when it's time to record a podcast. It's time for me to go to record a podcast. Banks says, I'm sick of listening to you record podcasts. I'm going to hump the bed. He doesn't hump anybody's legs, thankfully. For now,
that's
at
good.
least. Yeah. Shout out, Banks.
I tend to think that the humping of the legs it only happens. It's not like common behavior.
Humping of legs?
Yeah.
I've never seen a dog hump a human.
Neither have I.
I've seen him hump toys in beds, though. That's how we roll.
Yeah, I've seen dogs hump humans.
Little Geo, God rest his soul.
Oh, Gino
would occasionally hump his bed,
and
it was quite funny because he wasn't moving particularly well. And then all of a sudden it's like, wow, you've got some energy in you. I wonder why.
Old creaky. Alex and Lincoln text in Banks handshake meme. Woody addicted to grass.
Is Banks the Woody Harrelson of dogs?
Now, did I miss a reference? Did Woody Harrelson say
question.
he's addicted to weed? Is this a new story? Or
Well, no, I just said something.
Okay.
I made a joke.
I heard that. I just want to make sure. I was like, did I miss something?
Yeah, he just likes the grass.
Nice.
Banks likes grass. Woody Harrelson likes grass.
A lot of people like grass.
Many different things.
Mm-hmm.
For Banks, though, in this state, totally legal.
Very legal. Totally normal.
Totally legal.
You're allowed to do anything in this state now, I think.
Do you think it's interesting that they have catnip, which is like cat weed, but they don't have a weed for dogs?
You can get them gummies.
Like CBD, I guess.
Yeah,
Well, but that's just a natural thing. I mean, I don't know if is there a weed that dogs get loopy with?
Maybe it's whatever Banks is eating by the bridge.
Maybe it
could be.
Maybe
that's
that
it.
berry that he has off the ground berry. There is one of my best friends. His dog really struggles with going to the vet. Banks isn't a fan either, but this dog just a bad time. So they started giving the dog CBD, and I saw a photo of the dog in the back seat of the car on one of these trips home from the vet. John looked zonked out of its mind. Looked like it was Nick Grimm at a festival or something like that.
Lying on a blanket.
Oh, lying on a blanket. Zonked. Well, Alex Sindelar says, F it, Happy New Year. So the post-crossover has become...
crossover is now the Happy New Year.
become the Happy New Year. Happy New Year, everybody.
Nick, when you title this segment, it's Stimulating Mr. Banks. That's all you need to put.
That's better, actually.
Stimulating Mr. Banks.
Nice.
That's all you need.
Nice.
Or if you want to put, Josh needs to do more stimulating of Mr. Banks. You put that in there.
That's a bit wordy. I'm going to go stimulating Mr. Banks.
There will be no stimulating of my dog from me. None at all. I will give him
Well, now he's going to be eating the damn grass.
I know.
He's going to be out there just eating the grass.
He says,
why do you need a lawnmower,
stop.
Josh? You're not going to need a lawnmower.
Banks
needs to be stimulated by eating the grass.
Banks can take care of it. Banks.
Now, Wrigley eats grass occasionally too, but I've always assumed it was, something was wrong with her tummy or something, because it's not like a behavior she does all the time.
See, I've always heard it was a rainstorm thing. I said that earlier, but it's like if a dog's like storm's
he does it
coming,
no matter the day, the temperature, the weather, whatever. He likes grass. He loves it.
You should like doggy
you should
ranch.
like get some different versions of grass and just like set
See
it
which
in front
ones
of
he
him
like?
and see which ones he
like
likes the best.
Yeah,
bluegrass.
maybe he doesn't need a licky mat every night. Maybe he just needs a bowl of
A bowl of grass. It'd be a little cheaper. Wouldn't have to buy the yogurt
Yes,
as much.
it would.
Wouldn't
You
have
just
to
go
buy the
outside
yogurt.
and pick some grass.
Mhm.
Here you go, Banks. Have some grass.
Happy birthday, Banks. Here's your bridge
Maybe,
grass.
hey, maybe you could roll it up in a I don't know, some plain white paper and twist the ends off.
Awesome. Light it for him.
Maybe you could,
Next time he eats the
maybe
grass,
you could get a doggy bong for him.
I will take a photo and I'll snap it and I'll share it for all of our great friends of the Grum. And I'll do so on the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed.
Nice.
Nick, if you have time, you can make one of your canvas of Banks taking a hit off.
Smoking a doobie.
Smoking the reefer.
Taking a hit off a doggy bong.
Look at Mr. Banks smoking weed. I'll give you a picture, Nick, and I think I might have found
Banks
one real
does
quick.
grass. That's all you have to put. Just
Maybe
Banks
that
does
photo
grass.
right there.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, look
Send me
at-
that one.
There you go, John. He's just getting ready. Mr.
Please
Banks.
send me that one. I can do an
gotcha.
edit.
All right, perfect.
Oh God, that's funny.
Wow, what a show.
All right. Well, here's your here's your
Grum
drum
down.
Brought to you by the Rooferees. Gotta play bow. John Higgins, Weather Guard.
Nice.
We've got a game.
Weeb?
7.
Oh, baby.
Here's a hot take for you. It should be on Saturday.
No, what?
Not Sunday. Why Sunday?
Because
It should be
that's
on
when
Saturday.
Do you want the Super Bowl to be on Saturday?
I mean, it wouldn't be a
It's
bad
gonna be on
idea.
during
would it?
the potential
Then we'd
final
have the
game of
next
the
day
No,
off.
it's
It'd be
not.
great.
The baseball game is in the
If we're
afternoon.
not gonna, if we're not going to get the holiday, and think of it, we would get the holiday because if it was on a weekend, if the Super Bowl were on a Saturday, and then we'd be on Sunday, and then we'd have the day off. We can recover, and we can still talk about it.
I like it being on a Sunday. It'll be nice. It'll be a great way to wind down the weekend and get ready for work on Monday.
Lawsuit.
Oh,
Wisconsin sues Miami over tampering.
Hello.
Or maybe Wisconsin suing Miami over that turnover change. Remember when they played in that? Was it the Orange Bowl a few years ago?
I believe it was.
When Miami broke out the
Oh.
turnover chain and
Yeah.
Wisconsin was making fun of it.
Because they rocked him, I think, in that game.
Yeah, they beat the crap out of them.
Mm-hmm.
The Padres and the Dodgers can't stop hitting or hating each other. I don't know why it's in plural. Hating each other's.
Hating each other's.
Hating each other's.
Mm.
Should be just hating each other.
Mm-hmm.
College football cluster. Strength of schedule.
Somebody reached out to me and said, I don't like it when John does the, and I said, I'm a fan of it. So, John, I got your back.
Well, what would you rather me do?
I like
college football cluster.
No, definitely not that. Yeah, that wasn't very good.
College football cluster.
No, I like, it's fun.
Does K Ford have the Husker O and D numbers switched? See, that's the
What?
graphic I was working on that got deleted somehow.
Damn it.
But it's back. I got it back. See, I got it back.
I accidentally deleted a big folder on my laptop, and I've been trying for 2 hours to figure out how exactly to recover it, and I'm very upset by this.
It doesn't go into like the trash can folder? And
No, then I emptied the trash. Oh. And so I have downloaded programs to recover files, but I don't know where to look because I'm not a computer man. I use a computer for the most basic of things. I don't know what all these folders are for, so I'm still looking around. I'll find it.
Kids Movie Club. Havoc. If you like blood and guts.
Yeah, that's the only thing this movie offers.
Is the college athlete players market about to crash?
I have some quotes, and John, I have some takes.
Well, I hope you have some predictions because we're going to be asking for those later.
I will give you predictions.
And I hope you have a beer somewhere because it's One Beer Friday.
I didn't bring any in. Nick, do we have beers? Hopefully we still have beers.
There were still 2 of those.
Weeby beers?
No. The one I bought 2 weeks ago.
It might be in the other fridge. Now.
It is. It is in the break room
I'll
fridge.
check during the commercial while Nick works on making Mr. Banks smoking a bong on Canva.
Well, it's not a bong.
Oh, it's not? You give him a doobie?
Yeah, I'm giving him a little joint.
Doobie Banks. All right, cool.
402-951-1620. It's the hotline.
The hotline that is sponsored by Prairie Flower Casino.
Prairie Flower Casino. You know what? I didn't mention that yesterday, so I'm going to say it again. The Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline,
Nice.
where you can win a $100 gift card
Whoa.
each week.
Whoa!
by going to 1620thezone.com.
How about this, John? Congrats to Rochelle, or is it Rochelle D and Candy C for being this week's online winners of the $100 Sky Bar and Grill at Prairie Flower Casino. What, John?
Is this person's name Rochelle Candy?
No, Rochelle D. That's the initial. The D is the initial. And then Candy C. Candy
Josh,
with a K C.
Josh, you just named two different people.
Yeah.
We only give away one of these a week.
Apparently, we're giving away two of them, John. What? And you can enter right now to win at 1620thezone.com.
That's incredible.
Congrats, Rochelle and Candy.
Wait a minute. Did we just give away two of our prizes to the ladies?
I think we did. Shout out.
I like it.
Yep. Shout out.
And they say the ladies don't like us.
They said Nick would never do this, and they were wrong. The haters are furious right now.
Take that, the haters.
So again, 402-951-1620 Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620. And the Equitable Bank Zone inbox at Equitable. We take banking personal and answer the phone on the first ring.
Nice.
And that's what we have today on the Crumb.
Going to be a great show. Plus, we had leftover topics from yesterday. We were going to talk about announcers at one point in time.
Yeah.
We were going to talk about football at one point in time. But then Mike Farron showed up, and all we did was talk about baseball for 2 hours.
Whoa!
The 1964 Phillies.
Mark Jarrett. You're the one that asked about
I know. I was
him.
very curious about that team.
You were. Now you know.
Now I know.
The rest of the story.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, we'll have some graphs and charts and things and
Tips
fun
and tricks.
things, and tips and tricks and all of that good stuff.
Awesome.
Banks is smoking a doobie.
Banks in a doobie. He's getting close. Nice font choice there, Nick.
Thank you.
I can't wait to see this. Can't wait for my wife, who I believe just left for work, is in the car and she says, Banks is smoking a doobie? I can't wait to tell her about this later tonight.
I got some finishing touches on it.
He's doing grass. He's doing the grass.
Come on, Banks.
So we got a lot to come today. It is a Friday. It's a One Beer Friday. So whatever it is you're drinking, take us a pic and send it to us and use the hashtag One Beer Friday. And we'll be back after this on 1620 The Zone.
Hello, I'm Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. If you've ever wanted to have your cake and eat it too, there's good news. You can have that every day at Equitable Bank. You get state-of-the-art mobile banking as well as online banking. And if you ever forget your password, don't worry. You can give us a call at 402-827-8100 and we'll answer it on the first ring to help. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
You know, one of the amazing things about that drop we just played, it was one of the rare times where Farron had a great phone.
It does sound very nice.
Yeah.
But then he can't
almost
speak
like
the words properly.
Almost like he, snuck into Bruce Feldman's office and used his phone.
Oh, God, the greatest phone of all time.
The greatest phone of all time.
The greatest phone.
Last night was not the greatest Game 6 of all time.
Which is why I watched the movie earlier than planned.
Yeah, and I didn't really pay any attention at all to the NBA Finals because I saw what the score was, and it was like, oh, my God, this is a disaster.
Oh, no, disaster.
For Oklahoma State or Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
State.
Yeah.
Might as well have been Oklahoma State because
got them.
They weren't that good.
No.
108-91. So now we're going to get a Game 7.
Mm-hmm.
Halliburton looked like he was perfectly fine. Nothing majorly wrong. Played through the injury. And now they get a couple of days. They'll go back to OKC. And it's funny because we haven't had the epic classic game yet in this series. Wasn't it?
I mean, Game 1, I'd say Game 4. Now, you missed Game 4, but I
missed it.
Game 4 was really, really good because the Pacers were up like the whole time. And it was never like blowout territory, but they were up comfortable for the majority of the game. And so I thought that it made it extra tense because you're wondering, are they actually about to go up 3-1 in this series? Like, what the hell is happening? And so I'd say that Game 1 was just wild because the Thunder were killing them. And then suddenly they did the thing where they came back and won like they always do.
Yeah. So I wonder, because there's a part of me that thinks, and listen, I admit wholehandedly, I thought Oklahoma City was going to win last night and close out the series and it was going to be over.
I picked it in 5 originally. Like, this is a stunner.
And so I could be totally off on this, but I just get the feeling that playing in that building, in front of that crowd, I mean, there's no question, at least to me, because you can win a series. You can win a playoff series and not be the better team. The San Diego Padres in 1984 were not the better team than the Chicago Cubs.
Nice.
But they won 3 games, and it was a best of 5 back then. So you can win a series. I mean, Indy could win this series, but I'm not going to be any more convinced that they are actually a better team than Oklahoma City.
Mm-hmm.
That said, I think Oklahoma City is going to run them off the floor on Sunday night.
You think so?
Yes.
So what's interesting, John,
and it really has nothing to do with what I think of. Personally, I'm rooting for the Pacers. I like the Pacers. I like what they've done. They've been very exciting.
Yeah.
But I just think the style that Oklahoma City plays, playing in that building in front of that crowd,
great
they're going
crowd,
to be absolutely jacked.
Yep.
And it's going to be kind of a honor.
So it's so funny you say that because I was just going to say, do you think that the game will be close? Because history of the NBA Finals and Game 7s says that the game will be close and that the game will be low scoring. You know, a lot of people consider the modern NBA beginning with the Lakers-Celtics rivalry of the 1980s, when it moves from tape delay into live television. So if we say that the NBA Finals starts then, when Magic and Bird entered the league, there have been 7 before Sunday, 7 NBA Final Game 7s. All of them, John, have been decided by single digits. The Celtics beat the Lakers by 9 in 84. The Lakers beat the Pistons by 3 in 88. The Rockets beat the Knicks by 6 in 94. The Spurs beat the Pistons by 7 in 05. The Lakers beat the Celtics by 4 in 2010. The Heat beat the Spurs by 7 in 13. And then the Cavaliers famously, in the last Game 7, which was 9 years ago, beat the Warriors by 4 points. Underdogs in those series have won multiple times. And the games, as I said, are often slogs. And what is that? Is it the moment? Is it the tightness that everybody has? I understand your point of view because I still think, I mean, they're the better team. They have been the better team this season, front to back. And when they're at home, they play much better. They had a Game 7 actually in this playoffs against the Nuggets, a team who actually won the same games that the Pacers have won along the way. They won Game 1, they won Game 3, they won Game 6. And then they forced a Game 7, and then the Thunder ran them off the floor. But, man, there's just something about these NBA Finals Game 7s and just how big it is. And last night, and I'm not the first person to say this today, but last night was the first time, maybe not the first, but one of the few times this postseason where you just wonder, are they too young? Are they too young? Is this moment too big? I still think that they are going to win. We'll do predictions later. Spoiler alert, I am going to pick them to win the NBA Finals, but I think we're in disagreement. So you're going to take the Thunder to cover. I am going to take the Pacers to cover. I think it's going to be really, really close.
Is this accurate? So this is only going to be the 6th Game 7 in 30 years?
6th Game 7. Yeah, because No, this will be the 7th Game 7 in 30 years. Oh, no, 30 years is 1995. Good Lord.
Well, I'm 31.
31,
I'm
yeah. If you go back to 94.
Years.
Yeah.
This is only the 6th?
Yep, in the NBA Finals. How crazy is that?
And by comparison, in Major League Baseball,
how many do
we
they
had? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Only, I guess 8. So it's fairly close.
Yeah, it's interesting, John. You go all the way back because I have a list of every Game 7 NBA Finals in the history of the NBA. There were 5 of them in the 50s. There were 4 of them in the 60s. There were 3 of them in the 70s. Jiminy Christmas. There were 2 of them in the 80s. Only 1 in the 90s. 1 in the aughts. And then there were 3 in the 10s. And this is the first time, and we're halfway through the decade already, that we have had one in this decade. And it's the first, like I said, in 9 years. This is, as I look, this is the longest gap between Game 7s that we have ever had in the NBA. And by the way, I mentioned all the close ones that we have had.
9 years?
Yeah, 9 years is the longest gap between an NBA Finals Game 7. The last time that an NBA Finals Game 7 was decided by double digits was all the way back in 1974 when the Celtics beat the Bucks by 15 points.
Wow.
The Knicks beat the Lakers.
I guess we're overdue.
Yeah. The Knicks, how about this, John? The Knicks beat the Lakers by 14 and 70. And otherwise, the only other time is with a double-digit NBA final win was 1960. So when you get to Game 7, it's almost always a close game. Always a close game. Yeah, fascinating.
Man, it must be. It's probably the combination of the pressure and the grind.
Oh yeah,
because you're at the very end of your rope.
Yep.
And teams,
you know, this is it.
Might grip it just a little bit tighter. But yeah, you're right. You've got to go back to the 80s. The last time you had a finals Game 7 that both teams scored in the 100s.
Think about that. That's
1988. Lakers 108, Pistons 105.
Yeah, I mean,
both the last time it went that an NBA Finals Game 7, both teams, because you had Rockets 90 to 84.
Yep.
You had
look at the Spurs Pistons 81 to 74.
Yeah, 81 to 74, 2005.
Yeah, and even that Cavs Warriors game, you know,
Lakers Celtics in 2010, 83 to 79.
Yeah. You're talking about some teams that were pretty good at scoring, and I'm opening up the odds real fast. I don't know if we have the over or under in predictions, but John, it's 215.5. Like, the odds say it's going to be lower
take
than
the under.
Yeah, the odds say take the under. And the other thing too about a Game 7, and this is an obvious statement, but I'm going to make it anyway. To win an NBA title, you got to win 16 games in the playoffs. Both teams have now won 15. And so like that, it's just like, man, you are now as close as possible. Both teams are in the exact same spot. One game away from a championship. You know, one of my favorite goofy things that I love about a Game 7 on any broadcast, every other time in the series, on the graphic somewhere it'll say, you know, such and such is up 2-1 or it's 2-2 or they're up 3-2. In a Game 7, it just says Game 7. You don't have to let anybody know. We know it's tied at 3-3. This is a Game 7. And pretty cool to get one of those.
So it'll be Sunday night, though. I think it should be Saturday night.
Nice.
Well, then we have more time to bask in its glow.
To sit in it on Sunday. You need that Sunday to sit in it and get your charts ready for the show on Monday.
Yeah, like marinate and all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, indeed.
Absolutely. All right, coming up, Wisconsin is suing Miami. Over what, you say?
Over what?
We'll tell you next. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Hey, what's going on right now? Zone deal.
Oh,
it's mega deals week. We got a different half off deal every day.
Every day.
And today, just in time for the 4th of July, the deal is with Cracklin' Kirks. You get $50 worth of fireworks for just $25 at Cracklin' Kirks. Cracklin' Kirks, family owned, operated out of Nebraska, providing you with the best quality, selection, service, and value that the firework industry has to offer. You can find out more at getkirks.com. And these vouchers are good for the Omaha area Cracklin' Kirks in Waterloo. And it'll be open starting June 25th because, you know, they can sell them early there in Waterloo.
Nice.
So find out more. Get your deal now. If you're into fireworks, $50 for just $25 from Cracklin' Kirks in Waterloo, 1620thezone.com.
Cracklin' Kirks is a great name for a fireworks place.
It's very good. It's very good.
You know, that's one thing you don't get with a lot of fireworks places.
What's that?
Just ordinary names like Bob's Fireworks. It's it's Cracklin' Kirks. It's something that's different.
It's got some pizzazz, some wang.
Oh, a little wang to it.
So I love it, and I'm not being critical of Ross Dellinger because I love his reporting. He does a great job. But it seems like this could be the lead in every college football offseason story that we're now having. And the lead is this: in a landmark moment in college athletics.
Uncertain times, John.
Yes.
We continue to live in uncertain times.
But here is today's landmark moment. May have to create a new segment open. Call it Today's Landmark Moment in College Athletics. A university has filed suit against another for the poaching of a college football player under contract. The University of Wisconsin and its NIL collective filed a complaint in state circuit court on Friday against the University of Miami over alleged tortious interference, according to documents obtained by Yahoo Sports.
Excellent word.
In a first of its kind and perhaps precedent-setting move, Wisconsin is seeking unspecified financial damages and a declaratory judgment deeming Miami's actions as wrongful for interfering with a binding revenue share contract between Wisconsin and Xavier Lucas, a former defensive back who left the program in January to go compete at Miami. It was a groundbreaking decision in which Lucas transferred without entering the portal and after signing the contract with the Badgers.
Yeah, it was, to pause for a moment, it was groundbreaking because it's just so weird. I didn't know that you could do this. I didn't know that you could go to a school and just leave and go to another school and seemingly nothing was going to happen to you because of it. And obviously Wisconsin is going to be pissed. And John, I would say, so they filed suit, and we can get back to the story, but this decision is going to matter for future decisions.
This is a big precedent decision.
Because if they allow this to happen, I mean, what on earth could we end up seeing moving forward?
Here's more from the story. Wisconsin claims that Miami communicated with Lucas, quote, knowingly inducing him, end quote, despite knowing he had entered a contract with the school, something it terms as intentional interference that was not justified or privileged and caused Lucas to breach his contract. Wisconsin released a statement to Yahoo Sports, says it filed this suit reluctantly. The Big Ten put out a statement, said it's supporting Wisconsin's lawsuit. And so now, and remember, this is happening before the official revenue share era, which technically is now underway.
Yeah.
Has begun. But now there has always been tampering. There has always been poaching. It's just easier now because to transfer, you no longer have to sit out.
Yes.
And so it's just everything can happen a lot quicker than before. And because of that, you're going to hear more of these types of stories. I'm not saying necessarily that other schools are going to sue other schools, but depending on what happens in this case, this could, I wonder if whatever is ruled out of this case may have to then force the, what do they call it? The commission, if you will, the College Sports Commission.
About Deloitte, like the Deloitte stuff?
Well, I mean, they're overseeing the Deloitte stuff, but this commission that's overseeing the settlement and revenue share and all this other stuff and enforcing the rules of it, if this is going to force them to have to go back and say, these contracts have to be binding, and maybe they have to be a defined length. So, and again, this is all speculation. I don't know, because I don't know what's going to happen with this lawsuit.
Yeah.
I don't know. I honestly, is Wisconsin going to eventually drop it? Are they going to follow through with it? Is it going to go to court? And then what is the ruling after that? And so the possibility exists that this could dramatically change what is allowed contractually. Now, remember, college sports does not have an antitrust agreement like the NFL, like Major League Baseball, like the NBA. And so because there's no collective bargaining, it's going to make it harder to enforce. And so this case could set quite the precedent in terms of forcing colleges to do something they don't want to do, and that is declare these individuals employees and allow them to collectively bargain. Or is it going to lead to more people saying, well, these contracts aren't binding, so if
time to start tampering some more.
If I just decide in the middle of the season or in the middle of spring football, hey, I don't like this place anymore, I'm jumping out of here, and it doesn't matter, and the transfer portal be damned.
Yeah, John, I mean, if they allow this to happen, I don't know why it wouldn't just cause a whole host of issues for every other school. Like this should not be something that you can do. Come on, we can all agree on that, right?
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. But again, because this is unprecedented, and the courts don't see the insanity like we see the insanity, right?
Yeah.
Because they're looking at it from laws. They're looking at it from a legal perspective. They're not, and sometimes,
and that's why
sometimes the law isn't always logical.
And that's why you say what you did about declare them employees, and then you as the university will also have protections, or don't, and people can continue to do this, right? Isn't that essentially what we're saying? So they have to decide which of those two things they want to do.
Because sure, did the player, Xavier Lucas, did he sign a deal? Well, he obviously did sign a deal. But as we have seen, just because you signed a deal doesn't mean anything.
Mm-hmm.
Iamaleava signed a deal and then left.
Yeah, but at least that one was years down the road,
Sure, but the point is that these deals, these NIL deals, have been signed all the time, and then a kid ends up in the transfer portal a year later, and then it's all gone.
Yeah. How about this? Along those lines, John emails in Equitable Bank inbox. If this suit works, Iowa should sue Alabama after that tackle transferred to Iowa for a big payday and then went back to Alabama after spring ball. That's Caden Proctor, who is a lineman that is originally from Iowa, committed to Iowa, ultimately decommitted, went to Bama for a year, transferred to Iowa after, and then, left after spring ball to go back to Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's been at 3 schools, one of them the same one twice, and a lot of Iowa fans, rightfully so, were pissed that he went there and then suddenly left for a bigger payday, seemingly, yet again. Yeah, this is a big one. This is, of all the things that we've talked about, this is a big one.
Lucas's attorney told Yahoo Sports in January that he planned to file an antitrust lawsuit against Wisconsin if Lucas was unable to complete his move to Miami. He accused Wisconsin of blatantly violating NCAA rules by not inserting Lucas's name into the portal as he requested, and questioned the legality of the transfer portal in general. So that's another thing that's at stake here. I mean, now this was the lawsuit, basically a countersuit that has been proposed to be filed.
Mm-hmm.
But if the transfer, and see, that's the thing. How can, and I'm surprised no one's really done this yet, the legality of the transfer portal. Josh, if you or I, when we were in school, if we wanted to transfer, as long as the other school accepted us, we could leave. If I wanted to leave the University of Nebraska in the spring and be at another school in time for summer, as long as the other school would have me,
correct,
I could do that.
Correct.
And so NIL contracts or rev share contracts aside, if a player just wants to say, hey, I'm a student and I no longer want to be a student at this school, I want to be a student at that school, what's to stop it?
Yeah.
I'm surprised that no one has truly challenged the legality of the portal and saying, wait, why are you telling me I have to make this decision in 30 days or 15 days or 45 days, whichever window, whichever sport you're talking about?
As long as the university will accept me, why can't I transfer whenever I want to transfer?
Precisely.
Yeah, because and I dated somebody who had gone to one school originally, didn't like it there, transferred to Nebraska. Now she did it on the traditional one full year and then transferred out and arrived in Lincoln for her second full year of college. But, I mean, that is something that happens all the time where students will go to one place for a semester and leave, and it is not bound by, any of transfer portal legalities and calendars. No. Will the university accept you? If they will, all right, more power to you. And as long as you get your grades in, right, you got to get all that stuff over. As long as you can do all those other things, then you're totally set.
So there's a lot in here.
Mm-hmm.
There's an awful lot in here. And there was one paragraph that was highlighted from the actual lawsuit itself, from the Yahoo story I wanted to read here. And it says, Miami, and this is from Wisconsin's suit. So this is what Wisconsin's alleging. Miami's wrongful conduct highlights the importance of applying long-standing legal principles to this new frontier to protect the interests of everyone involved. Plaintiffs UW-Madison and the collective bring this case to address the respective harms each has incurred and to protect their current and prospective contractual interests. Plaintiffs also hope that during this watershed time for college athletics, this case will advance the overall integrity of the game by holding programs legally accountable when they wrongfully interfere with contractual commitments. So, of all the lawsuits, and there are many of them out there and many more to come, this is one school actually going after another.
Yeah, and I wonder what the other universities are rooting for. Just kind of going back to what we talked about a few minutes ago, because I do think, and if you missed the start of the conversation, like this very much could lead to, universities wanting the athletes to be employees, because it would offer them protections. Because the judge could very much say, well, why do you get protections? Why? They are a regular student. They do something, but they are a regular student. Or you have to declare them as employees, and then they can't leave. Micah Parsons plays for the Cowboys. He can't leave right now. He is a Dallas Cowboy. Patrick Mahomes is a part of the Kansas City Chiefs. He can't just leave because he wants to. I want to go play for the Broncos. No, you're not allowed to do that in the NFL. But that's because there are protections that the Chiefs have, or the Cowboys have, or any of the franchises
because
have
they were
collectively
bargained and negotiated.
Correct.
And there's none of that going on here. I mean,
correct.
That's the thing that's really keeping all of this from stabilizing. But then I go back to to a point I made several weeks ago. Why right now would the athletes want to collectively bargain? Because if they have, because we've gone from 0 to 100. We've gone from players having very little control over their movement to having all the control over their movement.
Mm-hmm.
We've gone from players getting nothing legally for their services to getting millions for their services. And that's the biggest question to me right now. Yes, is there a resistance to the schools and the NCAA and the conferences wanting to declare them employees and having to collectively bargain? Yes, they don't want that. That is something the schools don't want to do. They don't want to deal with it. But my big concern is, or my, not concern, but question is, what is the motivation for the players to want to organize? Because right now they're getting everything. Now it's a Wild West. They can do anything. What benefit is there right now to the player unionizing?
John, do you remember it was like early COVID and the NFL signed their CBA? Do you remember that? Mm-hmm. And wasn't it Aaron Rodgers who said something like, look, like this is fine for me. It's about the guys at the end of the roster. I wonder if there could be something similar to be said about this. And that is like, why would you want to bargain? Why would you want to collectively bargain if you're a college athlete? Well, is it better though for the players that are, not 1 through 20 on the roster, but that are 21 through 95 or whatever?
But then herein lies the problem.
And
who
I don't know,
is
for the
organizing.
Record,
who is?
Yeah,
no. But who is organizing?
That's a great question.
Is it just football players? Is it just revenue sports? So football and basketball? Are colleges all of a sudden going to have to be negotiating with 18 different unions because you've got your football union, your college men's basketball union, your women's basketball union? And that's because that's the thing. Every sport is different in terms of their needs, their wants, what they've been used to getting, what they're currently getting, what they hope to be getting.
Yeah.
And because let's face it, even the 90th guy on a football roster has a better chance of earning than the first person on most volleyball rosters or most baseball rosters or most softball rosters. And so that's the difference, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it made sense because in the NBA, everybody is a professional basketball player.
Yeah.
In the NFL, everybody is a professional football player. But who exactly is organizing? And then what is it that they want? Because I guarantee you, if you tried and think about talk about herding cats. Imagine trying to organize. We see the video all the time before the College World Series. They tout, all these different sports and championships. There's over 500,000 student athletes across all NCAA sports, divisions 1, 2, and 3. Are we talking about trying to herd 500,000 people? Or are we talking about a few thousand because they play a revenue sport? See, that's the other issue too. It's not just what's
you need
the
a football
motivation
union
to do it, but then who exactly is organizing and who are they benefiting? Because in theory, it should be every athlete because the revenue share, there's nothing in the revenue share code that says you have to give this much to football. If Penn State wanted to give all $20 million to women's basketball, they could.
Yeah.
Now they're not going to. Most of them are, who have big football programs are going to feed the football monster first and the basketball monster and then whatever after that. But so the rev share part is supposed to be for all student athletes. You get to decide how you split it up. And so the needs and the wants of the football player is going to be different from the needs and the wants of the softball player, the gymnast, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a lot of stuff to this.
A couple responses real quick before we go to break. Adam texts into the show, 402-951-1620. Benefit to the players is organizing is the benefit to the players in organizing is greater bargaining power. The SEC and Big Ten essentially dictated the terms of the House settlement without player involvement. Collective bargaining allows players to demand a larger revenue sharing percentage, post education benefits, healthcare, continued education, etc., practice schedule times, and more. Steve, also going back to the point that I made, he said some players are getting everything. Josh is correct. It's much better for the people lower down on the roster. I've been a union man for 25 years. It's about the good of everybody, not just a select few.
Right. But then you're talking about, 18 to 22-year-olds. How many of them are thinking in that way?
Well, and
right?
that is always, and that there are, again, like in the NFL, it's X number of players,
right.
It's like 1,500 players. In college football, It is so much larger.
And remember, there's one other thing that's lurking out there that we haven't talked about yet, and that is, and a lot of people have said this, once the settlement kicked in and once this, clearinghouse, NIL clearinghouse thing came to light, and that was, well, what's going to stop this from all going back underground again?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, well, yeah,
and guess what? And there's no such thing as a union for the black market,
dude. John,
right?
there are these quotes coming out. Seth Davis had a story earlier this week where the Florida men's basketball coach told him and his website Hoops HQ, it's going to be a complete 180. As soon as this next cycle starts, guys are going to be making 10 to 20% of what they've been making the last 2 years. And Stuart Mandel, he quoted that earlier this week and said, every day I see a new quote about this topic that makes me wonder if it's an elaborate April Fool's joke. It's so baffling to me that all these people think that, now that you have X, Y, and Z, players aren't going to be getting paid what they've been getting paid. Are they just burying their heads in the sand? Like, what do they think is going to happen? Okay, fine. You want to only give you the players 10 to 20% of what you've been paying them the last years? Good luck, because other schools are going to be able to bid against you, and they're going to do so on the black market. It's wild.
When we continue, the Padres and Dodgers are going after each other with beanballs.
Baseball, Nick.
And last night was really interesting. We'll explain. We'll have some video for you when we continue. Also, does K Ford have his Nebraska numbers backwards? That and Kent's Movie Club still to come. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Nick has finished his artistry.
Yes, I have.
Josh's dog, who is into grass.
Oh, yeah.
He looks like he's actually enjoying it.
Oh, he's having a great time. He was having a great time that night.
He loves grass.
He does.
He does love grass.
Oh, yeah.
Two entities that do not love each other are the San Diego Padres and the Los Angeles Dodgers. These teams have been at each other's throats for the last several years. But this year especially, it seems that everything has gotten a little more out of control. So they've played 7 games in the last 11 days. And there have been players hit. But last night seemed to take it to another level.
Oh, boy.
So this is the 9th inning. Padres are up 5-0. Fernando Tatis gets hit in the hand.
The bench is clear. Oh, look at that going out there.
And the
Directs his
managers get
attention
into it.
to Dave. And there's the bump. It was Dave first, and you can see Espo kind of get back in there. And now he's just trying to keep Mike off of Dave.
But Dave Roberts pushes Mike Schilt, the Padre manager, and that's what really got things fired up.
I thought it was just a bump. But
So then later in the 9th inning,
forearm.
Ohtani was at the plate.
Oh, baby.
And he gets drilled. But then watch what Ohtani does. He waves off his bench, says nope.
Off the thing. Yeah, Shohei's turning
No
around,
fighting.
telling his dugout, stay put, right?
Mr. Passive.
Right. Look,
What a great player, John.
And that's not done right up there.
Not up there. That's not done right.
Now, this is the funny part. The Dodger announcer saying that's not right. Shouldn't do it up there. You shouldn't be hitting a guy in the hands either. You shouldn't be hitting a guy in the hands either.
No.
So here's what Mike Schilt had to say after the game. He cited the number of times that Fernando Tatis has been hit by the Dodgers. He's been hit 6 times by the Dodgers, 5 in the past 2 seasons, 3 times in the last 9 days. No other team has plunked Tatis more than 4 times in his career. Schilt said, quote, after a while, enough's enough. Unintentional, intentional. The fact of the matter is, I took exception with it. So now there's the possibility that we could have fines. We could have suspensions. They're looking into it. But these teams have, and this is, by the way, Ohtani getting hit. I think this is the second time he's been hit in this series of 11 days.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just been back and forth. And it still goes back to me, the fact that we use baseballs as weapons.
I know, man. And this has been going on for how many years with these two teams now? Because this is not the first,
several
right?
years. Yeah, it's been
I feel like you and I have talked about this on the show for quite a handful of years now.
But at some point, you just got to say, you know what? Just start throwing punches. If you're really that mad, because even last night, you had Dave Roberts kind of throw a forearm into Mike Schilt, pushed him back, but that was about outside of the, everyone holding each other back. You know what? It's going to end up being just start punching people. It's just time to go. Just actually start fighting. That's the only thing that's going to stop these teams. You're going to have to actually start to fight. And then we get guys kicked out and we get guys suspended because at some point, eventually someone's going to get hit and someone's going to get injured.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Whether it's Tatis on the hand or someone's trying to retaliate and he hits somebody in the wrong spot, and that's where it's going to end up.
Absolutely it is.
But, I don't know if fines or suspensions are going to do any good. Honestly, if it were up to me, I think Dave Roberts should get a week off. I think he should get a week off. He's got to answer for this. And the fact that he instigated the shove, he's got to answer for this. The Dodgers are not innocent here. I'm not saying the Padres are innocent, but the Dodgers certainly aren't interested or innocent. Way too many times that Fernando Tatis has been hit by the same team for this to be a coincidence. Oh, we're just pitching inside.
I mean, John,
this is not a coincidence.
You just had all the stats that, of all the times where these guys are getting hit and how much more it happens in this specific matchup. Obviously, It's not coincidence because they're professional ball players and they know how to control the baseball.
And, and even if they don't, sure. Do guys get hit? Of course they do.
Yeah.
I mean, good grief. College World Series seems like every other inning we have a hit by pitch. It happens.
Yeah.
But with professionals, this should not be happening this much.
No, definitely
should not be happening this much. But it is fun when these two teams get together, that's for sure, because they hate each other.
Yeah, they certainly do.
They hate each other. Going back to the last segment, Husker Country asking on Twitter, why does everyone assume the $20.5 million revenue share limit will be adhered to? Won't the bagmen return, pay kids under the table? Well, yeah.
Oh,
now,
no one's arguing
the actual
that.
rev share, that absolutely will be adhered to because that money is literally coming from the school.
Yes. So, yes.
It's coming. It is literally a budget line item that is coming from the school.
Yes.
But, for example, let's say that you have a quarterback who has been used to making $2 million a year, and you're not going to pay him the whole $2 million out of rev share.
It'll be made up somewhere.
It'll be made up elsewhere.
Yeah, and so as always,
and that will be the under the table stuff.
Yeah,
or at least the potential for the under the table stuff.
We always try to make sure that we're keeping everybody abreast to the verbiage of everything. Rev share is university paying the players directly. NIL, under the table, bagmen, whatever you want to do, like that, collectives, that's a separate bucket. There are two buckets. One is university, one is everything else. Yeah. And, captain, the bagman is NIL outside of the school. Yeah.
Correct.
So if the schools if they don't want to adhere to it, it's a salary cap. And this is not like other sports where you can go above the cap for whatever reason. Like, in theory, this is going to be a number that they have to adhere to. I guess, who knows, John? People love suing. So maybe they'll just say, no, we want our rev share number to be $25 million, and we're going to do it. And you're going to have to deal with it. We'll see. I don't imagine that will happen. But, crazier things have.
Coming up next, I think that Kay Ford might have his numbers backwards.
Okay.
When talking about Nebraska football. We'll have that as we continue. And Kent's Movie Club is coming up as well here on 1620 The Zone. So when I was gone a couple weeks ago, you guys had K Ford on.
Yes,
Kelly
we did. Michael Severe and I. A great conversation about a great sport of American college football.
On the video stream.
Yeah, he joined us on the video, and he has a microphone and everything. Great times. Excellent conversations.
Well, here was K Ford's rankings page for Nebraska this year, and his estimation has Nebraska with 7.7 wins, a 57% chance of getting to 8 wins this year.
Nice.
Overall, Nebraska rated 28th. On offense, 69th. On defense, 17th. And on special teams, 116th. Just to put it into different perspective, so on his offensive ratings chart, Nebraska is 69th.
Nice.
69th, right behind Florida State, right ahead of South Alabama, I think. I think that's who that is.
Yes.
The Jaguars.
Yes.
So that's where they are there. And on the defensive side, 17th, right behind Utah, right ahead of Texas A&M, Auburn, and Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Question for the room. Does it feel like these rankings are backwards?
I don't think so.
Really?
You think the offense is going to be a top 20 offense?
I think it has a better chance of being a top 20 offense than the defense has of being a top 20 defense.
I think John might have Huskers derangement syndrome.
No, I do not have Huskers derangement syndrome. I think the defense is going to take a step back. I think it could be a noticeable step back. I think the offense will take a step forward.
So
it could be a notable step forward.
You think the defense could drop close to 70? John, Matt Rule's defenses are always good.
I don't know. What's that?
Matt Rule's defenses are always good.
This isn't Matt Rule's defense.
What do you mean?
It's his team, but he's not running the defense.
But, well, I mean,
he's not running the defense. This is going to be the first year. This is going to be the first year for John Butler to run the defense. I think Nebraska lost when they lost on Tony White.
Well, we're not going to disagree there. We're not disagreeing there.
I'm not saying the defense is going to be bad, but I think you could make an argument that by the end of the year, these numbers are going to be closer to being flipped than they are to staying where they are currently. So, by the way, that last graphic's wrong. It had the wrong thing on there. But
no, you're good.
So the defense is 17th.
Yeah.
Offense is 69th.
So the defense last year was 14th, and so 17 would be a drop. Obviously, not a noticeable one.
Not a noticeable drop.
And 80th to 69th on offense. I would say, John, that's also not really a noticeable improvement, right? That's kind of fairly standard. So you're saying if one unit was going to hop up or drop down, let's just say 40 spots, that you would think the offense is more likely to get to 40 and the defense is more likely to drop to around 55 than stay the same?
I believe so.
Wow, that's interesting. Like, I definitely think there's going to be some built-in regression for the defense. I definitely am not expecting it to drop. I mean, 50th, 55th, 60th, we're talking about middle of the pack. I do not think Nebraska's defense will be middle of the pack. But that is, and I understand what you're saying, but I mean, Matt Rule defenses are always good because he always builds his teams to lean on defense. And I think it'd be a bit.
Yeah, but doesn't it feel like this year they're trying harder to make the offense, to lean into the offense? And again, I'm not saying they're doing it at the expense of the defense.
No.
But I believe there is a learning curve that will take place. You're missing 2 great tackles up front. You've got to replace some linebackers. Yeah, they brought in some talent. There's no question about it. But I think that the possibility of the defense regressing this year to something, maybe it's not in the 60s. It's maybe not even in the 50s. But maybe somewhere in the 30s.
Okay, definitely. Now we're talking.
Maybe upper 40s.
Okay, now
maybe somewhere in there.
And then the offense, how high does the offense climb in that world?
I think the offense. I mean, honestly, these
are they going to be 2 ships passing in the night? They're both around 40.
I think they could end up being 2 ships passing in the night. It would not surprise me. In fact, you know what?
Put it on the list.
Put it on the list that at the end of the year.
Okay.
At the end of the year in the K Ford ratings, Nebraska's offense will be rated higher than its defense.
Wow. That would be wild. That would be wild. And I don't know. I'm trying to figure out, John, if that's good or bad for the team's record overall. I have no idea if that would be
I think
positive
it could end
or
up being good. I think you could end up being good because, oh, by the way, skipping ahead here a little bit, Nebraska is going to be playing the third weakest schedule in the Big Ten Conference this year. This is his latest ranking of schedule difficulty, and he's basing this on, so the number, like right here, it says Nebraska's 40th with a number of 9.1. He is saying that Nebraska's schedule, but being played by the average 12th place team in college football, would get to 9.1 wins. And the reason why I picked the number 12 is we have a 12-team playoff. So this is all based on that. So, for example, Arkansas's got the toughest schedule. According to K Ford, the average 12th place team would get about 6.5 wins with Arkansas's schedule. Florida's next, Mississippi State, Vanderbilt, Oklahoma. On this list, Nebraska is 40th at 9.1. The only two Big Ten teams that play a weaker schedule this year are in Illinois and Maryland.
Now, let me twist that around on you just a little bit, because he also put out today which teams will face the most difficult opposing offenses. Nebraska's offense, or the defense will play offenses, John, that are the 80th hardest. So view that as what, the 60th easiest? Essentially below average, whereas Nebraska's defense, or their offense rather, is going to go against defenses that are ranked in the top 20. So does that change the math at all for you, that Nebraska's defense will be seeing bad offenses and the offense will be seeing really, really, really good defenses?
No, because I mean, a lot of this is, I'm not saying his numbers are wrong because we quote him all the time.
Well, I was going to say, you just used them to do the schedule difficulty. I could do the same thing.
But the schedule difficulty is, and you're right, all of this is just conjecture based on, the numbers that he has carrying over from last year and what the team has added, what they have lost. I just think, based on the fact that they've gone over another coordinator change, I thought Tony White was the best coach on that staff. And losing him and going, and I'm not saying Butler's going to be bad, but it's going to take some time. And they lose, and they're missing out on some good players. They're not going to be as good up front as they were last year. They may be as good or better in the back end.
Yeah.
But I don't think they'll be as good in the front as they were last year.
It really will help that the defense is going to get to face Big Ten offenses. And then on the other side, it's going to hurt that the offense is going to have to face Big Ten defenses.
Yeah.
That will be a very big positive. I'm curious to see what happens, obviously, in the opener, and then in that game versus Michigan, because Michigan is a team that has a lot of talented players on both sides of the ball. It is not as good of a team as they were a couple of years ago. Really, the three Michigan teams Nebraska saw in 21, 22, 23. Like, Nebraska's not seeing Michigan teams that good. They're not seeing a Michigan team that good this year. But they're still seeing a top 15 overall unit, as Kelly has them. In terms of their defense, Kelly has them rated, where is the Michigan M? I'm looking all over the graphic for it. I know it's got to be up there pretty high. They're going to have a good defense, and their offense is going to be interesting because they're going to have a true freshman quarterback in Bryce Underwood. So, how good is Bryce Underwood going to be on that side of the ball? It should be very interesting.
By the way, just for reference, so Nebraska was 14th last year in K4 defense. 2023, they were 6th.
They were awesome in 2023. They were a better tackling team in 2023.
Yes, they were. 2022, they were 72nd.
Yikes.
And then if you go back to 2015, they basically average out. I mean, there were a lot of years where they were just right around 60.
I was going to say they're pretty much right in the middle.
Yeah, they're pretty much right in the middle. So if you just take the last 5 years, if you take out that 72 in 2022, this has been averaged out to a top 25 defense the last 5 years.
Yeah, and with the rule era being, an average of 10th because they were 6th and 14th.
Right.
And the end of the Frost era, outside of, and I would love to see, John, the numbers for this is not me trolling, pre-Chinander firing, post-Chinander firing in 2022, because remember that defense before he got fired, had given up 40 whatever to Georgia Southern and 40 whatever to Oklahoma and 30 whatever to Northwestern. Like, they had given up a ton of points in the first month of the season. And it's not like they were great, but they were certainly much better in the back half of the season. So I'm guessing that they were probably closer to a top 40 unit. But what Tony White was able to do to that side of the ball, can they maintain? If they can maintain, and then Dana Holgerson, who Mitch Sherman, by the way, had a great write-up about today. If they can maintain and he can help out on that side of the ball, I mean, that really is how you go from 6 wins to not even 7, but you can perhaps get to 8, if not 9 in 2025.
Yeah.
That's how it happens.
Well, coming up next, Kent Wogerman is in the green room. It is movie club time. We'll also get his thoughts on Game 7 that's coming up this weekend.
Ooh, yeah.
Because he is of basketball.
Yep.
We will talk about Havoc, which is a Netflix exclusive starring Tom Hardy. That'll be coming up next. We are Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Friday, the final day of the week.
These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edifications, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Hellcat's Movie Club. It's Hellcat's Movie Club. Hellcat's Movie Club. It's Hellcat's Movie Club.
With Kent Wolgamont of the Lincoln Journal-Star. Kent, good to see you again.
Yes, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Staying cool, I hope.
Oh,
I am in the lovely basement here where it is very cool. I probably won't come out of the basement. I have to work tomorrow night, so I may have to come out of the basement at like 6:30 tomorrow. But until then,
oh my God. Until then, you're staying in the house, which is probably a good thing. Before we get to our movie, we were talking about Game 7 coming up. Does it surprise you to know that there have only been 6 Game 7s since 1994?
No.
It just seems low to me.
He watches the sport.
I know, but it surprised
John.
me. I know, but it surprised me.
It doesn't happen as much because a lot of the way it's set up now, it used to happen, I think, more when you had the 2-3-2 setup.
Yeah.
Because that lent itself to the 3-3 tie a little easier than the 2-2-1-1-1. And I think that's part of the reason.
Yeah, Ken, it was interesting. We went all the way back to the 50s. And so if I remember right, there were 6 in the 50s. There were 5 in the 40s. And it was literally going down by 1 each decade. 4 in the 70s, 3 in the 80s, 2 in the 90s. And then there was only 1 in the aughts in 2005. And then there was an uptick last decade. There were 3. But the last one happened 9 years ago when the Cavs stormed back from the 3-1 deficit versus the Warriors to win their first ever championship. So this is the first time in 9 years. And man, Ken, if you would have told me then, if I would have known the matchups going in and kind of how the teams, were, I never would have expected this to be the one to break the streak in the last decade. That we're getting a Game 7 in this series is pretty wild to me.
And what that tells you is that you don't know the NBA regular season, the NBA playoffs are completely different things. Okay.
Yep. 100%.
And Indiana regular season team is okay. Indiana in the playoffs, the last 2 years may be the best team of the bunch as a playoff team. They got knocked out in the league or in the conference finals last year, and
they were banged up, weren't they, Kent? Weren't even healthy all the way?
And now this year, they were the last team to actually lose a game in the playoffs. So that you didn't know people weren't going to see that coming. I think Oklahoma City has been the best team in the league in the regular season, and then you get into the playoffs, and in a sense, Indiana's sort of exposed a little bit of their weakness. If you can turn them over, you can beat them. If you look at the 3 games that Indiana's won, they've turned them over 15, 20 times a game. You do that, you get the Indiana gets out there and runs, gets the extra points and wins the game. And so it doesn't surprise me once they figured it out that it would get to 7.
Yeah.
History says Game 7's low scoring and close. But the point spread's like 8 points. I got a gut feeling that says Oklahoma City is going to run away with this. What do you think happens on Sunday?
I think Oklahoma City could run away with it. I guarantee you Indiana won't win by 17 or whatever it was the other night. I think Oklahoma City, if Oklahoma City plays well and it is a low scoring game, they'll win easily, I think. Because Indiana, they got to score some points. They got to get moving out there and run, or they're not going to win the game. They can't win.
Yeah, 100%.
All right. Well, our movie this week is a Netflix
Also,
exclusive.
Tyrese Halliburton's that was a Willis Reed game.
Yeah.
It won't be as good in Game 7.
There's not quite as extreme as Willis, but you got to give the Willis Reed game credit to Halliburton.
It's certainly. Havoc is our film this week. It is.
What else can we talk about with the NBA Finals?
Jeez, Nick, you really hated this.
John, what's Havoc about?
Yeah, John, what is it about?
Yeah, actually, John, can you tell me what it was about?
Please.
Did you guys not watch it?
No, I did.
I watched a thing called Havoc on Netflix.
I definitely watched it.
Okay. So I'm starting to think now that no matter what movie, I could pick Star Wars and you guys would hate
That's
it
not
at
true.
this point.
I love Star Wars.
I'm pretty sure you guys now are just you're going in with bias just because I picked
John, when you go to the Netflix top 10, I
did not go to the Netflix top 10.
You went to that's right. You saw a Tom Hardy movie and you like
I thought it might be interesting.
All right. So I have two things to say about the movie just up front. First of all, I don't know if Tom Hardy is good anymore, which I worry about because I used to really like Tom Hardy and I hate the dumb accents that he's doing in movies. That was the first thing. But in all seriousness, and Ken, I wonder what you think. The tonal shifts of this movie, it made me think that the people that worked on it never came to a meeting and said, is this movie a farce and like we're all exploding bodies and heads, or is it serious? Because Tom Hardy seemed to be acting in a movie that was very serious and nobody else was. Mm-hmm. And that really, I thought, ramped up in the last half when it just turned into a shoot 'em up flick, for the last 45 minutes or so.
Yeah. Okay. All you need to know about that is this thing was originally shot in 2021.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Okay. 2021, right after the pandemic. This was
right.
Immediate post-pandemic movie. And it required reshoots.
Mm.
In other words,
I want to see that
movie, and then they couldn't make a movie out of it.
On Wikipedia, Ken, it says that it wrapped in October of 21. An initial cut was delivered to the studio in February of 2022, but they needed reshoots, and then that was delayed until July of last year because of scheduling conflicts and the strike.
So let's let John set this up. Tell us what the movie's about.
All right.
We kind of bypassed that.
Sorry, John.
Well, basically, Tom Hardy is part of this group of cops who have been corrupted in the past, and now they're starting to squabble and it all has to do with drug dealing, and there's Asian gangs involved. One of the gang members is killed by a group of people. One of the people who is accused of the murder is the son of a prominent local politician who happens to be the politician who has this group of cops led by Tom Hardy in his back pocket. There you go.
Off to the races we go.
Hilarity ensues. Of course, this is you have the typical, Tom Hardy's the conflicted cop. He happens to find a partner or have a partner who happens to be, the straight and narrow. And
even though, spoiler alert for the end, I mean, she just kind of lets some people go free.
Yeah.
That happened. I looked at Riss and I go, wait, I thought she was supposed to be the good cop.
Right.
She doesn't arrest him. She's like, are you sure you don't want to turn yourselves in? And they say no. And they're like, all right, see you later.
Bye.
And they take off running.
Uh-huh.
I guess here's my question. Now, first of all, I didn't hate it, but obviously it had a lot of flaws.
Mm-hmm.
If this thing needed reshoots, what was the original going to be like?
Oh, man.
I need to see that cut.
Because I mean, and literally last night I was getting tired, and so I actually I basically watched the first half last night and the second half this morning. By the time I turned on the second half, that happened to be the scene where they were in the nightclub when basically the real shooting begins.
I was going to say that's when
and from that moment on,
violence.
It is 53 solid minutes of shooting, karate fighting, stabbing, murdering, chaos.
How long, John, since you watched it this morning, how long did the nightclub scene last? Because it felt like 15 minutes of just straight fighting.
I bet it was at least 15 minutes.
I was like, is this going to end?
When I was watching it last night, I thought to myself, oh, it's the nightclub scene. all of these movies always have a nightclub scene, but then I just remember John Wick's nightclub scene and how that's much better than any other nightclub scene.
It just kept going and going and going.
Just never ended. So
just can't stop laughing.
I originally started watching this with my fiance last night. I'm engaged.
Oh, interesting.
And she decided to lay down for a nap the second she saw at the beginning of the movie when they took the washing machine and threw it out the back of the truck as if it weighed half of a pound.
That made me laugh so hard.
And
then that guy survived.
Yes. And she's like, okay, I'm done. I'm just going to go to sleep. The other thing about this movie that I just couldn't get out of my head watching it, did they ever specify what city this was?
Riss asked that 1,000 times, and she kept looking at the patches on the police uniforms.
I even paused it at one point, and at one point it said state police on the car.
Right.
So,
no, this was not supposed to be one city.
Exactly.
But the interesting point is this was shot in Wales.
Okay.
But it was supposed to be an amalgamation of Chicago, Philadelphia, and New York. But it didn't have a specific city.
Which is why at the end of the movie, I was expecting a scene where somebody came across a family walking out of a theater and shooting the parents and leaving the kid. It felt like Gotham. With all the cartooniness that was happening and how it was just constant violence everywhere, and people
you thought this was gonna be like a backdoor pilot into a Batman?
Like, not really, but it felt like it could. Like, it felt like it would have been natural. I would have liked it better if it did that.
Well, yeah. Once you realize that the police uniforms don't mention a city, I knew, like, okay, we're just never going to learn what the city
right.
is.
And it felt really cartoon.
That took you out of the movie?
It took me out of it the whole time. I just couldn't, like, the mayor candidate was getting dragged out of his car with a bunch of people shooting guns everywhere, and nobody was just doing it. It was like,
that was a great scene.
People are so normalized to violence of this level in this city. That's why it felt very Gotham.
I guess that's fair.
That's a great point, Nick.
Also, Tom Hardy was in it. Maybe this was a Bane backstory.
Maybe it was.
On that point, that's part of the reason that it feels so ridiculous, is that it's unbelievable from start to finish, starting with the characters. There's not one character that you see that you go, well, that could be a real person, right?
Yeah.
Maybe the good cop and maybe the girlfriend. Those two, maybe. But the rest of them, I mean, you've got that Forrest Whitaker as the mayor. There's that, no. The corrupt cops, the same thing. I mean, Tim Oliphant is a good actor, and
I like Tim Oliphant.
Absolutely,
yeah, that was fine. But those aren't real characters, right? There's no reality to them. And then all this stuff that happens, yeah. If you have one big fight like that, maybe. But how many people got killed in that nightclub thing? 100.
Right. That's what I was thinking. Kent was. I mean, after this was done. I mean, imagine, I was thinking back to Fistful of Dollars when, Clint Eastwood, was looking over at The Undertaker and, flashing how many coffins he need to build. The Undertakers in this town have to be just the richest people in the world because there were dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of people that are getting shot up in basically a 48-hour time span. And it's like, if this were to happen in a real city,
yeah,
they would call in the National Guard. They would call in the military. They would shut things down. There was no way that, this would just be allowed to happen as wantonly as it was.
And John, the dance thing was hilarious because at one point I'm realizing, has the rest of the dance club realized what's going on? And then you see that they have not until finally, was it a gunshot or something? And then you hear all the dispersing. But it took a long time.
The background,
and they were up above them fighting. That was
exactly. You would have noticed it at some point in time.
So,
but the scene that Nick was talking about with the kidnapping, killed the 3 people and then kidnapped the mayor. Nobody got out of their cars.
No,
what's happening? They're just so normalized to all of this. Plus, going back to the nightclub scene, when he first walked in, the camera just stayed on him for like 10 seconds for some reason. and all I could look at was the background actors.
Oh, I didn't notice them.
They were dancing, but very badly. It was very much like someone's like, all right, so just, dance and
Time to
talk. And they were
dance.
just like going
Just
like
just
this.
move, please. Yeah.
Well, and even the movie, we didn't even mention, and I guess we did mention the what was it, the washer that got thrown out of it. But even that whole first 10 minutes of them just driving this semi as fast as possible through all sorts of parts of the city, and there are people hanging on the back of it, just banging around. I'm like, what in the world is going on with these people?
It almost makes you wonder why an action movie, and this is not going to be a fair comparison, but like John Wick or like Bullet Train work, and then
Very
this
much love
movie
Bullet Train.
doesn't, because John Wick and Bullet Train have a ton of action and violence, but this one does too, but it's just so soulless.
Not to toot my own horn, but I really do think that it goes back to the fact that it just didn't know what it was, because like John, I didn't hate this movie, like totally. It was bad and I will never watch it again. But there were parts where I kind of enjoyed it. But Tom Hardy was so self-serious and then everybody else wasn't. And I mean, the scene that you mentioned, Nick, of like the kidnapping, and it's like, what is that? It just is, it was too unrealistic. But if maybe they would have let you in, that like winked at the camera a little bit more, perhaps that helps, but it just never really did.
That's why.
Yeah, but it tried to be so serious.
It's tried to be way too serious.
That's why I would have liked it better if it did end up being some kind of weird
Batman
kind of movie.
And all of that goes back to the writer-director.
Yeah.
Who is the guy that made those Raid movies, The Raid, and he's not a good filmmaker. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
He may be great at the action stuff. This action was kind of, some of it was pretty spectacular, right? I mean, really.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't make you a good movie maker, right? It makes you a good I was watching the credits and there was a guy that got credited for action design and stunt coordination. That was the star of the show right there, that guy.
Yeah.
Work, right? Not what the director's doing. He wrote this movie that wasn't coherent. I mean, okay, you couldn't even tell who was shooting at who most of the time, and you didn't know why for the first hour of the movie, a full hour to lay out all the parts of who's chasing who and why. It took an hour to spell that out, right? It's not a good movie, but it's the action and stuff is entertaining enough, well enough done that I did. This is not a phrase that's original to me, but there is no way that I could call this a good movie, but it's a bad movie that's kind of entertaining.
Exactly.
Well, it's almost like
it's not boring.
They organized. They had all of these great ideas for fight sequences,
and they built a movie around
it. And then they wrote a story around that.
Yep.
That's how it kind of came across. Especially, I mean, literally, and there's some violence obviously in the beginning, but literally the last half of the movie. I mean, you literally could divide the movie in half. That's when the nightclub scene starts. It was all violence from then on out. I mean, there was no outside of, the cop going to visit the hospital for the cop that was for maybe a minute and a half. There was actual dialogue that was like trying to further a story. Other than that, it was bang, 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 shoot him up, stab people, shoot a spear through someone's eye, We
didn't mention the spear.
When there was
dialogue. That was original.
That
was
cool.
That in the washing machine.
Yeah.
The washing machine was original, but again, the fact that they threw it out like it was a piece of cardboard.
Yeah, that was
I mean, it's a washing machine. This
and
is
the
not
dude lived.
I had friends who had to remove a washing machine from their basement once, and it took 3 guys to carry it. And like they were even struggling, and those 2 guys threw it like it was cake.
Yeah, and allegedly and the reason why they were washing machines was the cocaine that was being smuggled was in the washing machines. So not only was it a washing machine, it was a washing machine that was filled with pounds and pounds and pounds of cocaine.
Mm-hmm.
So even
this movie also had Roger Ebert used to go through and make lists of these like magical movie things, like the magical movie towel that women wrap around them somehow and they stay up and never moves, and that you can't make that happen in real life.
Yeah.
The magical movie guns, right?
Never ran out of bullets. Ever.
Reload, right?
We saw one reloading scene.
That was in the nightclub, and he was like all serious. He's like, "I'm a badass. This doesn't faze me."
Yep.
I hated that too.
What else? What were the other magical elements that it had, Ken?
Well, there was that. There's the magical getaway car when he's driving backwards, shooting like this, the guy machine guns, and then somehow he's turning around going full speed the other way.
How? And by the way, how does this car get riddled with bullets and not one of them hits a tire?
Exactly. Magical movie car.
Well, how about when they're shooting the bullets at the end and there's all these tanks theoretically filled with gasoline and fire and none of them explode?
Oh my gosh.
It truly was. It's truly a movie that lived up to its name. It was Havoc.
That's true.
The dialogue, whenever it did happen, bugged the hell out of me too, because bad dialogue makes great actors look terrible.
Yeah.
Like,
and this movie had notable actors. Forrest Whitaker,
Tim Oliphant.
Yeah, exactly.
Tom Hardy. I mean, they're all legitimate
notable
actors.
Luis Guzman may have had the best. He may have been the best thing in the movie in the three scenes he was in.
Yeah.
He was at least believable.
So at the beginning, when they're first investigating that drug den that got shot up,
Mm-hmm.
he's talking to his new partner, and she's like, "Oh, it's like there's a pistol here." He's like, "Pistol? Oh, look at. Do you see any pistol casings? No, they're assault rounds." Oh, and he's like, "Use your head." It's like, okay, but then also when he goes to talk to Forrest Whitaker, the mayor candidate, for the first time, he's like, "I'm done working for you. Not going to help you anymore." Okay, I'll help you just this one time though. It's like, what?
One last ride, Nick.
It was so sudden. It was just such a.
Yeah, like you said, Kent, I would love to know what was left on the cutting room floor. And it's not like Netflix, has the best movies all the time, but the fact that this was in developmental hell for a few years, it just really makes you wonder what they thought they had on their hands originally. Obviously, they hated it. So,
yeah, well, this guy had a good track record with those raid movies, which aren't great movies, but they're good action type pictures. He had a decent track record. They gave, put out a little money for it. I mean, Netflix is rich, so they can
they just want you to stay on the app.
Yeah. And they don't have to care about the box office, right?
Correct.
Yep. Because the movie's already more. It's already. I mean, you already got the subscription.
It's already there. If they get enough get a lot of views, fine. If they don't, fine. That's the difference between Netflix in particular and your regular movie studio, right? They don't. If you don't have to worry about box office, if you're just putting it out there, like, in a sense, this is not any different than the series that they do. It's just a feature film. As those series don't ever go to the box office either, but they get some views, and that's all they're looking for. And when you're making billions a month, if you have a movie that's stiff, so what?
Yeah, for sure.
So we've talked about this a lot when it comes to the change in motion pictures and what gets in the theater and now what goes to streaming. And is it possible that something like this, if it had been made or attempted to be made 20 years ago,
absolutely
never made
it would have gone into the theaters, and it would have probably done way more business than it deserved.
Really? Because I was wondering if it was so bad, or at least it was so much that they had to go in and reshoot it, that they would just say, to heck with it, we're just scrapping this one.
What they would do back then, and having personally experienced this at screenings, is sometimes they would have a movie like that we'd actually see in a screening, and then they'd go, no. And then 2 years later, it'd come back, recut with some reshots, and they put it out there and just see because investment's already there. So they're generally going to put the movie out, because the only thing you could do with it back then is go direct to cable and VHS or whatever. And that you just as well, if you can get 5 million out of the box office, you just as well do that before you go into the auxiliary revenues.
Can you think of an example of any time where, you saw something that was screened and then they didn't scrap it, but then they redid it?
I would have to think hard on that, but I will tell you, one of the times I saw something that was screened that they actually knew what they had, but figured out they weren't going to put it out at the right time of the year, is the geniuses that were Orion Pictures screened A Silence of the Lambs, I believe, like in November 15th or something. They were going to put that out for Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. And everybody went, no, you can't do that.
So when did they when did it
come out?
March or April in the spring. Yeah. But yeah.
Wow, I wonder how we would receive that movie today if it would have come out over Christmas. Because obviously it got award, consideration.
It won
stuff.
the Big Five, yeah.
Oh yeah. And when you saw it, it was like, this is great. You cannot put this out for Christmas. Because back then, Christmas movies were, this has changed a little too. This is also a result of streaming and the way movies work now. It used to be you had the huge blockbuster type movies that came out between the end of May and about now. And then the rest of the summer was, other stuff. But they would have sort of blockbuster a week, right? Which is where they made their summer movie money. And then they made their fall and winter movie start in the middle of November till Christmas, right? So you didn't want to release a movie like that in the middle of all those Christmas releases for the family and yada, yada, yada. But that's changed now. And now they'll release stuff anytime.
Well, I mean, we talked about it, Ken, at the end of last year. Nosferatu came out, and that's certainly not Christmas fare. But that one, I saw that during the week between Christmas and New Year.
Yep. So.
Well, that is Havoc.
Yes, it is.
And it was indeed Havoc. If you like action sequences and lots of blood, you'll love it.
Yes.
But if you want a story, forget about it.
Yeah, find something else.
Forget about it. Who's next?
It is my turn. My wife and I, we've been circling a movie for years, waiting for it to show up on streaming, and now it finally is. I haven't seen it since it came out, and I barely remember anything about it other than the premise. It is her favorite Will Ferrell movie of all time. It is Stranger Than Fiction, which is available on Peacock. And it's a movie where, if I remember right, there's like Will Ferrell's life is happening in weird ways because there's an author who is like writing his life.
Interesting.
Yeah. So it came out almost 20.
I've never seen it.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah. So Stranger Than Fiction, and it's available on Peacock. Yeah, and I saw it in high school, and I barely remember it at all. I remember the trailer, but that's it. So Peacock.
It's one of the more interesting Will Ferrell pictures because he can't quite go full Will Ferrell.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
Before we depart, I just saw this because Nick just sent it our way, but this is the 50th anniversary of Jaws. We did Jaws last summer.
Yes.
In Movie Club. But the New York Yankees are doing can you take down the graphic there, Josh?
Yep.
They are doing commemorative Jaws cups and a commemorative Jaws milkshake, which looks like someone is bleeding inside of a vanilla milkshake, as if to say, someone's been devoured by a shark.
Yum.
But this is all in conjunction with the 50th anniversary of Jaws,
which must be on Peacock, because if you look at the cup on the right, there's the Peacock logo.
Yep.
So
Michael Severe's favorite movie.
Yeah, and my question is, how much does that milkshake cost?
Oh, Ken, that's probably a $25 milkshake.
Oh, easily.
Mm-hmm.
Easily. I mean, it's a Yankees game.
Milkshake.
Yeah. But that's happening in conjunction with Jaws at 50. So thought we would share that as well.
Nice.
All right, Kent. Well, stay cold as you can.
I'll be fine.
You might like condition. If you truly are going to stay hovered inside the house, you might want to condition yourself before you go outside because you don't want to deal with the shock if you're out there right away. You might want to like build up to it.
Don't want to die from the 110 degrees.
And
you don't want to miss Game 7.
I let Banks out, and I went out on the back deck with him for, I kid you not, like 10 seconds today. And I walked back in, I was like, oh, and Riss was like, that hot, huh? And I was like, yeah. I was out there for 10 seconds.
Hot enough for you?
Oh, it's bad, folks.
So imagine how much fun it's going to be in the bleachers.
That game is at 1:00 on Sunday. It is going to be disgusting. Oh my gosh.
I saw that and went, why? Why don't
Yes.
they at least move it to the night?
Because they got the NBA Finals to watch.
Is that why?
Well, yeah, that's the thing because they moved the Sunday game to the afternoon so they could put it on network television.
Yep. Exactly.
And so it's on ABC.
I feel bad for the players because it is not going to be a full house.
I feel bad for Connor Happer because he's going to spontaneously combust on the sidelines.
Yeah. He's going to be warm.
Well, Kent, have a good weekend, and we'll talk to you next week.
Thank you, Kent.
Bye, Kent.
Kent Wolgamont of Lincoln Journal.
John, you see his comment from Bad Takes Doug?
No, I did not.
He says, please do the original Longest Yard with Burt Reynolds. Not funny enough. So, we're
That's
looking
true.
for a comedy.
I need Adam Sandler.
He says, or the original Bad News Bears with Walter, is it Matthew? We did that one, actually,
We
a
did.
few years ago.
You've never heard of Walter Matthau?
Matthau. I couldn't remember how it's pronounced.
You've never heard?
I've said it, John. I don't know, John. You say words wrong sometimes, too.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
sometimes
Walter
it's okay to say
Matthau?
things wrong.
Yeah, John.
You've never heard of Walter Matthau? Didn't we do Bad News Bears, by the way? I thought we did.
We did the
We
Bad
did.
News Bears the night where the stupid Rams came back to beat the Raiders, and I didn't cover, and then I didn't finish in second place in my pick'em, thus losing out on like $500.
Yet again, you remember things based off of a sporting event.
Yes, because I was watching the game on my phone as we're watching Bad News Bears, and I'm getting triggered. Stupid
Or
ass
like
Rams.
Bad News
Baker
Josh.
Mayfield. Ugh, curses.
Hey, you're the dumbass that did it.
I know. Damn it. I'm an idiot.
Okay. I got to put this in.
What?
By the way,
That's what she said.
real quick, because I just realized this. What movie did we end up doing in place of Crouching Tiger?
Which movie did we do? I don't remember.
We'll figure it
I'll
out.
go check.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Whatever last week's movie was, because
John needs to add it to his list.
I've just updated it here, but
Nice.
next week's movie again is
Stranger Than Fiction.
Stranger Than Fiction
On Peacock.
All right. Coming up,
A complete unknown.
Complete unknown. Thank you, Nick. Good memory.
Oh, that's right.
How does it feel?
I didn't use my memory. I used the Movie Club playlist on 1620 The Zone TV's YouTube channel.
That's awesome.
If you'd like to watch only our movie content, like that one listener that would, I'm sure.
Awesome.
You can find it all right there.
Awesome.
Going back to Everything Everywhere All at Once, because that's the first time we started doing it.
Cool.
Let's see. Coming up next, we have some college football cluster
Nice. Thank God. We haven't talked enough college football today.
on 1620 The Zone.
Touchdown, USA! They always call him Mr. Touchdown. They always call him Mr. T. He can run and kick and throw. Give him the ball and just look at him go. Hip hip hooray for Mr. Touchdown. He's gonna beat him today. So give a great big cheer for the hero of the year, Mr. Touchdown USA.
Restore the college football cluster. The latest in the conversation surrounding the college football playoff or any other sundry nonsense like conference realignment. But today we're talking mainly about the college football playoff. And the big point of conversation now is centering around trying to figure out how to select the teams and factor in more the strength of schedule. This is what the SEC has been talking about. They want more done with the strength of schedule and how some teams play tougher schedules than other teams. And so we should get more benefit of the doubt. I found this quote, though, by Florida Athletic Director Scott Strickland very curious because it's basically asking for two things at the same time. He says, and remember, the SEC has now moved to, they want more at-larges. They don't want the Big Ten's stupid idea of all these automatic qualifiers. They want the 5-11 plan. They want more at-large bids.
They want more at-large bids because they feel like they're going to have a really good chance to get more teams into the playoff that way. They don't want to cap.
Quote,
no cap.
I think anything we can do to make the postseason more objective and less subjective is going to be better. Whether you could do that some other way than automatics, I don't know, but I think that's the goal.
Okay, John, I don't think you can do that.
No, you
if you want more subjectivity, then you have to have, or more objectivity. You have to have the.
Yes.
No, wait. He wants it more subjective. Say it again.
No. I think anything we can do to make the postseason more objective and less subjective is better.
So if you want it more objective, then you need the 4-4.
Then you want the Big Ten's, Manfred's boys plan.
Because that is say
because
what you
that
want
is
about
more
it.
objective.
Because
that's literally here's the top 4 teams, they get in.
You know what it is, John? It is subjectively objective.
Nice.
Because you are using the brand power of two conferences. You are subjectively saying the Big Ten and the SEC are deserving of more. But then once you've decided that, then it is an objective chase for the college football playoff. It would be
correct.
The selection committee's power would drop precipitously because they would no longer choose as many wild cards. They would choose seeding, but in theory, that should be easy. I mean, easier said than done, right? But if you want more objectivity, then you want the Big Ten's plan. Or you want a super league where there's only 32 teams and then you're doing a playoff based off of X number of teams. That is the other way to do it, and I don't think we want that.
Greg Sankey said this. He said, we learned something the first time through the 12-team playoff, and that raises the need for deeper analysis and understanding. If we're just going to incentivize wins, playing fewer winning teams can get you to more wins. I don't think that's great for football. Back to the first sentence. We learned something the first time through.
One time,
Greg.
It's
one time through.
That
would be like me saying,
here, I'll give you a piece of advice or a comparison, John. Like you call your first ever College World Series game in the booth. You're like, well, learned everything. Let's just apply this to every game I do moving forward.
Right.
That would be ridiculous.
Yeah.
You learn something. I mean, I will not argue with Sankey. We do learn something. I learned a lot the first time I hosted a show, but you know what? I also learned a lot the second time and the third time and the fourth time, and I'm still learning all these years later.
It'd be like if I called my first game and said, man, that was a boring game. This is a boring event.
Yeah, exactly.
Basing it off of one time.
Yeah.
And that's the part that just it's insanity to me. And listen, this is what Greg Sankey is saying, but why the Big Ten is wanting to change. They're wanting to change, honestly, because they're afraid that the perception of greatness that they have earned is just that. It's a perception. Because look at the two teams that won the national title. It's Ohio State and Michigan. Oh, really? Ohio State and Michigan? Wow. Shocking. Amazing.
Yeah.
Incredible. And so now they're looking at, well, let's just put the top 4 teams in. Why? Well, because they know when it comes to however you want to choose the playoff, whether it's all at-large bids or another formula, the Big Ten knows Ohio State and Michigan are going to be in the conversation every single year. But they want those other 2 spots, those other 2 guaranteed spots, so that they can tell the other 16 members of their conference, but look, here's your chance too. Okay? So that's how they're looking at it. Whereas the SEC, they're quite frankly, they're leaning on the reputation that they've built over the last 2 decades. Hey, we're the best. We've been the best. We've always been the best. We're always going to be the best. And we play tougher games, and so that's just the way it's going to be.
John, what do you think of this comment from D-Lo on YouTube? Not sure why we get so triggered by these conference commissioner comments. They are often insane and hypocritical, but they are all in service of their conference. That is their job.
Yeah. Oh, it is. I mean, what they're saying is what the consensus in the room is. Greg Sankey is not working independently. He's working at the behest of the 16 SEC presidents and chancellors, and the same with Tony Petitti.
Yeah, and I'd say this, like the first comment that we read is just, I'm a little confused by it, because if you want more of one thing, then you're in theory leaning towards the Petitti model, which the SEC has said that they don't want that anymore.
Right.
But there is, in this era of college football, there is nothing that would serve both sides in terms of wanting as much objectivity as possible while also having a large number of at-large teams. If they really, really, really wanted no subjectivity in terms of the actual choosing of the teams, they would say, let's do an 8-team playoff, and it is the top 8 conference champions. That would be the truest way to have an objective playoff. You would have to, I guess there'd still be a little subjectivity and, okay, well, who are the best G5 or G6 conference teams, But that, if you just locked it into conference champions, that is the only way you can do it.
Well, hell, what if you just how many conferences are there now? I
think it's
11
10
or 10 or whatever. What if we just had a playoff of literally the conference champions?
The 10 conference
That's
champions.
it.
That's objective. That is
that is the most
objective.
The most objective there is, because there is it's weighted objectivity. What the Big Ten wants to do is weighted objectivity.
Yeah.
They want to go off the perception that their league and the SEC are superior to everyone else, and so we get more automatic bids than the others do.
Yeah.
So it's weighted objectivity. True objectivity is whoever won the Sun Belt, whoever won the Mountain West, whoever won the Big Ten, whoever won the ACC. All of those conference champions get mixed in. They get put in the playoff. But obviously that's never going to happen, because really only 2 conferences run the whole show. And that's the other thing that complicates this, is with the new playoff structure as it is, the Big Ten and the SEC have basically all the control.
Yeah.
And so if they don't agree, which they don't right now, this could end up in a stalemate, which actually could end up giving us what we should be getting in the first place, and that is status quo.
Yeah, it's interesting. There seems to be now a shift in at least some of the media that I've been reading and some of the conversations being had. Nicole Auerbach had a column yesterday for NBC Sports saying, hey, you know what? Let's just stick at 12, And the funniest part about all this is if they can't come to an agreement, that is probably what's going to happen. They have to make a decision by December 1st. So if we get to December 1st, which is, 5 months and 11, 12 days away, if we get to that point, John, and they haven't made a decision, then in theory, we're sticking with 12. And, I think that this could end up working out pretty well for us because both sides want something that the other is not willing to give. Because we've had a discussion now for 10 minutes. We haven't even mentioned number of conference games, because that's a big sticking point for the Big Ten. They're not willing to do blank unless the SEC goes to 9. The SEC is not willing to go to 9 unless the Big Ten does blank. And so they're just kind of shouting across the room at each other.
Honestly, that's really what this whole argument is about now.
Conference games. Yes.
It's about the number of conference games. This really isn't about the number of playoff teams.
No, it's not.
or how they get chosen.
No.
What this is really about is, because that's the other thing. The Big Ten wants a guaranteed 4 teams because they know just like everybody else. And we'll throw up this graphic real quick. So this is the same schedule difficulty that we were quoting from Nebraska a little while ago. But if you look at the top 20, the top 10, and the top 20 schedules, 9 of the top 10 are SEC. 13 of the top 20 are SEC. Only 6 of the top 20 are Big Ten. And of those 6, spots 17, 18, 19, and 20, the last 4 spots are Big Ten. So they're barely in the Big Ten,
and that's with the
or in the top 20. And this is K Ford. This is, and I'm sure if you did, SP Plus, if you did,
it's all the
Primo, whatever.
Yeah.
Basically, it's the same thing because of the perception of the SEC, or the belief in the SEC, the perception of the SEC, the power rankings of the SEC, however it is you want to define it, because their middle class is a better middle class than the Big Tens. Their lower class is a better lower class than the Big Tens. It raises the tide of all ships. Thus, Arkansas has the toughest schedule. Florida has the second toughest. Mississippi State is the third. Vanderbilt the fourth. Oklahoma the fifth. Kentucky the sixth. South Carolina the seventh. LSU the ninth. Texas A&M the 10th. This right here is why the Big Ten is saying, okay, fine, let's just do 4 automatic qualifiers. Then none of this strength of schedule matters a hill of beans.
Yeah.
Because it's strictly about who places in the top 4 in our league.
Well, and John,
the other part of it too is, of course, they want their quota bowls so they can have more playoff inventory that they can control and make more money off of. That's the other big, elephant in the room in all of this. But at the core of this conversation, it's about the fact that they know that for quite a while, the SEC has had this advantage. They're going to continue to have this advantage. They know deep down inside, the SEC has tougher schedules because they have better teams at the bottom, but we still want them to play 9 games because we play 9 games, because the Big Ten is equating Purdue with Vanderbilt.
Mm-hmm.
When in reality, Purdue is so bad. I mean, they are, that there is really no comparable in terms of bottom SEC team versus bottom Big Ten team.
No, exactly. And so they want it to change, even though the SEC does play on paper a much tougher schedule than the Big Ten does. And so the SEC, I understand why the SEC doesn't want to move to 9, because they're saying, look, our schedules are already tougher. If it went to 9, it would be that much worse for us. And thus we would add a loss. And so, and the Big Ten, because they know that their middle class isn't very good right now, it's not like the SEC is, they can't move to 8 because their television partners, which are already doling out a lot of money, and the other 2 that are not Fox, are kind of getting scraps. They know that they'd suddenly lose even more matchups that they're not guaranteed right now, And so, again, both sides are looking at each other and saying, who's going to blink first? And if the answer is neither, then maybe we'll just stick with the 12-team playoff for a while. And that's fine with me. I don't have any issue with that.
I don't either.
Yeah. I think this would ultimately be better for the fans, which is the funniest part about all this is we could get to December 2nd when this is done and realize, wow, we wasted a lot of our breath back in the summer and the spring, and it ended up not being for anything. And you know what? We'll probably do the same thing next year, but maybe if it lasts a little longer, and maybe if this year is a little bit better than last year with the straight seeding, we get better first round matchups, and we're saying, wow, this is pretty cool. And maybe some of those home games are in different locales, and you see, oh wow, this school got to host, Oregon got to host a playoff game, and Tennessee got to host a playoff game, and whatever got to host, suddenly we're getting into it, and the first round games are better, and then the second round games are better, and then people are like, you know what, this kind of works out pretty well, and suddenly there's more of a groundswell to keep it. It's not going to stay at 12 forever because they want more games, because they want more money. Not to mention whatever happens with some sort of a super league, but in the foreseeable future, maybe this ends up working out for the best for all of us as college football fans.
When we continue, we're coming up on a One Beer Friday, and Tom Fornelli came up with some ideas to fix a lot of stuff.
Have you read it yet? Do you
I
know?
have not.
Okay.
Nope.
I'm going to throw the ideas at you and see if you're saying thumbs down or if you're saying that sounds great to me.
Yep. Yeah, I purposely did not look at this.
Good.
So we'll react to that and have more as we continue. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on a One Beer Friday, 1620 The Zone. I know that it is LSU, and I know that LSU has a great following. But I do wonder if this weekend's weather is going to impact the size of the crowds this week at the Men's College World Series, because it's going to be bad.
John, especially, like, tomorrow will suck, but at least the game is at night, and tomorrow's the longest day of the year, right? Weather-wise or sunlight-wise. So, it's not like you're going to get to sit in the dark for 4 hours like it's October.
Right, but I mean, think of like
at least it'll be on the other side of the ballpark. Well, but not for the outfield.
But think of the people in the bleachers.
That'll be nasty.
Even at 5:30, 6 o'clock, game time 6 o'clock, it's going to be bad. But then Sunday's whole thing's going to be in the middle of the day.
John, do you remember in 2005, so the year that Nebraska last made it, Florida played Texas in the national championship game, and my mom had, I think it was Florida, Texas, so I guess correct me if I'm wrong here.
I think you're right.
But and that was back in the day where you didn't know if it was a national championship game. It was like if one team wins, I think Texas won it all. And so it was like if Texas wins, it's over, but Florida wins, it's not. And so anyway, long story short, my mom had tickets in the bleachers at Rosenblatt, and those seats, like they are here, were metal, right? They're metal out there in the outfield, are they not?
They did. It was best of 3 then.
Okay. So
she might have had tickets for game 3.
So, okay. Well, no, I went to the game. I went to the game that the national championship was decided. But
okay, so that was a Sunday afternoon at 2 o'clock.
So my friend and I, we left because it was too hot. I think we stayed for 3 innings. We were in the outfield. Eventually, Texas wins the national championship. I don't know what the weather was that day, but I remember it. I mean, in my memory, I think it was close to 100. And just being so uncomfortable that we did not have any fun, and we were just like, let's get out of here.
Well, even last year, game 2 last year of the championship series, we were sitting on the third base side, and it was hot enough then, too, that it was almost uncomfortable.
Yeah.
It's going to be even worse this week.
Tomorrow it's going to be, tomorrow and Sunday. The Sunday game is going to be gross.
Yeah.
Going to be really gross.
According to the latest forecast, tomorrow's high 103, Sunday's high 100. And remember, usually the hottest part of the day is late in the afternoon.
Correct.
So around the time the game starts is when it's actually the hottest. Now, you'll have more direct sunlight, like sunlight right above you Sunday than you will on Saturday. But yeah, it's
good luck.
I seriously do wonder if there's going to be if folks will, like you did, 20 years ago, just sit there for a couple innings and realize this is not worth it and leave. And I guess if you are going, just please hydrate, sunscreen, all of that. And because it's going to be, I seriously wonder if there has ever been a College World Series game played in 100-degree temperatures. I'm sure there's been times where it's felt 100 because it was like 90 with 80% humidity, but actual 100-degree temperatures. I wonder if that's ever happened before.
Maybe they should start the college baseball season in January. So they're not playing in this heat.
So Doug's idea is push the start of the season back. Nick says push the start of the season up.
Yeah, why not?
So then we finish the College World Series in May.
Yeah.
John, your thoughts? That would be Northern. You want to talk about a death knell to Northern baseball? That would be bad times.
Yeah.
Really bad times.
Yeah. And imagine some people think, oh, we just push it back and we'll play it in July. Guess what? It's this hot. This is typically July weather.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
no thanks.
Anyway, do be careful if you are
be
going
safe,
to the
everybody.
games. And of course, you'll be able to listen to them all right here on 1620 The Zone. Coming up next, it's One Beer Friday, and Josh is going to list off a few things and ideas from Tom Fornelli that will fix college football. I have not seen these. I've not heard of these. So I'll be reacting on the fly.
Oh, yeah.
Also, it's a One Beer Friday, so it'll be time to get beers out of the fridge. I believe there's a couple extra in the big fridge.
I grabbed them already. We're good to go.
All right. So that's coming up next. It's One Beer Friday. It's on Sportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
it'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
Friday!
You probably have beer center each week. Ralph Club biggest contributor.
Beer. I like beer. I don't know if you like beer, Senator, or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do, and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was... Nope, it was one beer. Friday.
Bum, bum, bum.
Well, sadly,
No, John.
the Chicago Cubs
Oh, who cares?
lost today to Stibbs' crappy Mariners.
Play the drop, Nick. Oh, who cares?
Winners drink old style.
What do losers
drink Busch Light Apple.
Okay, yeah. I don't want no Busch Light Apple.
I've never had Bush Apple.
Don't. Nick.
We had it. We brought it in. I think, was that during... When did Busch Light Apple come out? Because was Stibbs still around for that?
Yeah, I feel like
because I know we brought it in. I know we had it.
They got a peach one I kind of want to try.
Original release.
We brought that one in too.
John, it came out 5 years ago next month. July of 2020. Baseball was about to return, and COVID was still a thing, and we had Busch Light Apple in the studio.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it sounds tasty. John, I appreciate it. A man's got to have a code, John, and your code is I ain't drinking.
Winners drink old style, losers drink Busch Light Apple.
I appreciate that from you, John. I appreciate that.
So, anyway, congrats, Stibbs. I hope you get a bad case of diarrhea.
Wow. Got him.
It is a one beer Friday. And man, if there was ever a time now, remember, because it's really nasty hot, if you're going to be drinking, do it indoors.
Yes.
Or mix in a lot of water. You should always mix in a lot of water anyway, because beer is technically not hydrating.
No, it's not.
I mean, it's better than not drinking anything at all, but
is it even on a hot day?
I'm sure there's a doctor out there probably banging his head against his windshield right now saying, no, don't do that. But yes, drink plenty of water this weekend.
Sometimes I think about like really hot days and back in like ye olden times when you couldn't drink the water because it wasn't safe. So it was safer that everybody drank beer, even the kids.
Wow.
Well, why do you think the life expectancy was like 36 years old back then?
Because the kids were drinking on a warm summer day.
They were eating bad meat and
Timmy's on a bender again.
Drinking ale to keep from dehydrating.
By the way, Stibbs, these come in pints. Stibbs is in the YouTube chat. He says, thanks.
Of course.
And then adds, it was the Pequods. I jinxed him, which was good, by the way, and straight from the freezer this time. Gonna thaw the next one. Speaking of Pequods, John.
I mean, I guess I should. I don't want the first time I try this to be frozen. I want it to be in the restaurant.
So Brandon emailed the Grum yesterday, right as the show ended, in the Equitable Bank inbox, Josh at 1620thezone.com. He says, Pequods is the best pizza hands down in Chicago. Gotta have it fresh. I have some of the frozen ones in my freezer, just not the same. The cheese crust is crispy in the edges and delicious. He adds, oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead, please.
He just says, go to the original location on Claiborne. We usually get one deep dish and a thin crust Italian beef. Virtuoso in town is almost equal to the thin crust, but nobody here does the deep dish like they do.
Because that's the Pequods thing, is because of the way they put the cheese on, it caramelizes on the outside, on the rim, and it gets real crispy.
It does a
and
nice
delicious.
job on the rim.
It does a nice job on the rim.
Nice.
Just like Josh does stimulating his dog.
Banks, I can't wait to see you in an hour and a half. And just spend time with you freaks.
Banks, I hope you have that ozone spray and you start airing out the house before Josh gets home.
Yeah, Doobie Banks home right now. We know what he's doing. He says 1 beer Friday. Hell no, it's a 1 toke Friday. Get him, Banks. Oh, great graphic, Nick. Excellent work. It didn't look like you made it on Microsoft PowerPoint.
No, you can tell because it uploaded fine.
Nice.
If you want to send us a pic of what it is you're drinking this week, send it to us. JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. Use the hashtag 1BeerFriday.
Please do.
And we'll share it across our social media channels. So, Tom Fornelli, this is the time of year where we do these types of things. There's all kinds of issues. There's all kinds of things that needs to be fixed in college football. And Tom Fornelli, friend of the Grum, has come up with, how many different things are there, by the way?
I have 6 bullet points of ideas. I'll say this.
So I haven't seen any of these.
Some of these I think are really good. Some of these I think are fine. Some of these I think
are these actually fixing things, or are some of these also just ideas out of the blue?
No, so I'll read this. He says, what I set out to do is create a postseason format that would serve both ends, determine the best team in the country, and provide an incredible television product. To be clear, that great television product isn't simply for the postseason. My playoff format would increase the television product during the regular season as well. I'm guessing there'll be aspects you like and some you don't. That's fine. There are parts of my proposal I'm not a fan of philosophically, but this is how it must be. In a sport with 135 teams that only play 1 game per week, there is no perfectly logical way to determine a champion. If there ever was, we'd been doing it all along. So he broke them down, John, into categories: format, how teams qualify, the scheduling and uniformity, the calendar, conference championship games, bowl games, selection process, and then broadcasting rights. So, I mean, he really did try to cover postseason and regular season and what this would ultimately do to the sport.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So shall we start?
Let's start. Let's see what we think here.
Tom Fornelli, as I look at the first one, which was format. We immediately expand to 16 teams, which serves multiple purposes. First, it eliminates buys and the need to figure out who gets those buys. Second, it creates more playoff games, which leads to more revenue and also opens up slots for more teams. And John, you heard what I said there. No buys, a.k.a. not that dumbass plan where 13 plays 16 for some reason and 14 plays 15 and the top 2 seeds get like 2 weeks off. He does not do that. He also puts the first 2 rounds on campus. The semis will be played at neutral sites. The championship game, like the Super Bowl, is auctioned off, which is actually what they do right now. So that's the first thing. How do we feel?
Well, what about the 88888664211111111 plan?
I think that would be the 135 team playoff, Nick, and color me interested. Sounds very fascinating. Can we make it happen?
I mean, we'll discuss this in the spirit in which it was intended, because I'm guessing he's going to talk about the selection process in another point.
Correct.
To me, I'm not fixated on the number of teams anymore. I'm more concerned about the selection process.
Okay.
I am totally against the Big Ten's plan. It is the worst idea. It is codifying, so-called superiority into rule. Totally against that. So I haven't been a big,
you haven't been focused on the number
anymore. I mean, quite frankly, I would love to go back to 4. Before doing anything like the Big Ten wants to do. But in this purpose, yes, could I live with 16 teams if it's like this, where especially the fact that the first 2 rounds would be on campus. I think that would be tremendous, because then there's a chance for, a team to host 2 different playoff
games.
Or if there's an upset, like a couple of upsets, then all of a sudden, a 9 is playing, I'm trying to think how the bracket works, but a 9 is playing a 16,
Yeah, can you imagine like
then
that?
the 9 seed gets to host, and it comes out of the blue.
Yeah.
Now, and some people will say, well, they won't be able to figure out the logistics. Yeah, you'll figure out the logistics. They'll be just fine.
They'll be just
but
fine.
Yes, just arguing it from the intent from which it was meant, I have no objections to this. I like the idea.
Okay, and by the way, Tom is like you. He is a 14 playoff guy. He would rather have that than this, but, again, he's trying to figure out it best for all. All right. How teams qualify. So this, John, is what you mentioned. This is the next bullet point.
This is the bigger thing to me than the number of teams.
There are I'm reading Tom. There are 16 spots available. So who fills them? Well, it's simple. The top 6 conference champions receive automatic bids. That's right. I said 6. Most seasons, that means we'll have the champs of the ACC, Big 12, Big 10, SEC, and 2 group of 5 champions. One of my primary goals was to make this more of an actual playoff and provide greater access to everybody. Accomplishes that. And then he adds, and here's, John, I think where you're going to have your first diss. How do we make it a better television product? By giving the Big 10 and SEC 3 automatic bids. He writes, is it entirely fair? No, but they're the biggest leagues with the biggest teams and the biggest ratings. Plus, most years, those leagues are also home to the best teams. And then he adds all sorts of rating stuff. He said, how about this, though? The 3 automatic bids per league will be determined by conference record, not ranking. Between the conference champions and automatic bids, that gives us 10 teams, leaving 6 at large spots. Now, here's the twist. The Big 10 and SEC are currently asking for 4 auto bids, which we aren't giving them. Instead, we're placing a cap on conferences. No conferences can get more than 4 teams into the field in any given season. That's called a compromise. So how do we feel about... now I just looked at your face. You're doing...
Man, it got worse with every passing sentence. I was with him. Until the moment where we move past the 6 conference champions. I love that idea.
Sign me up too.
Especially because the Pac-12 is going to be back in some form.
Yes.
So we'll have that. I'm not saying that league's going to automatically elevate to be the equal of what it used to be. Of course it's not, but the possibility exists that, something better might be out there. But everything after that, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And then the idea that you would cap a conference. I mean, I get what I get his logic in that. Well, we're giving you 3 bids each, but then we're also capping the number of teams. I mean, that's the whole reason the SEC wants the 5 plus 11, because they think they can get 5 or 6
and that's what
teams.
He said. But that's what he's saying, right? He's saying, look, you're going to codify 3, but also we're going to.
See, and again, I am out on anything that codifies so-called superiority into the rules. You already know, heck, if we wanted to do a 16-team all-at-large field, those conferences are going to get their teams. They're going to get their teams. So you don't need to put it in the rules, because if you put it in the rules, then you're acknowledging, you're saying, hey, this is the way that it is, and this is the way that it's always been, and this is the way that it is always going to be. And that's just not true. Look at how much things have changed over the years, okay? Things have changed a lot. If you think the SEC is going to be kingpin forever, you're crazy. If you think the Big Ten is going to be whatever it is forever, you're crazy. Things change. They do. And we have to allow the breathability into this format to allow for teams that, I mean, pre-1980, the Miami Hurricanes were nothing. Yeah. The Clemson Tigers were nothing. The Florida State Seminoles were nothing. Now what are they? Or what did they become? Things change. So we have to allow breathability in here, and to codify by saying, well, these conferences get all the TV ratings. I don't give a crap. I mean, I know I talk about TV ratings all the time, and that's how these things are determined, but I don't give a crap. A playoff, I mean, imagine if the NFL did its playoff based on TV ratings.
Oh, let's actually, John, that sounds like a great idea.
But it's the worst idea ever.
Go Cowboys.
It's not based on that. It's based on what you actually do on the field. And so,
So you're out on bullet point number 2.
I'm out on this. Terrible idea. Horrible idea. Get it out of here.
All right.
Sorry.
Okay. Moving on. The next one, John, I think we're gonna pull you back in. The next one is titled Uniform Scheduling. Every Power 4 league will play 9 conference games. As he writes, the SEC may balk at this idea, as it has so many times before, but remember that the automatic berths are based on conference record and nothing else. He adds, as for non-conference scheduling, the Power 4 leagues would be required at least 1 non-conference games against another Power 4 school, a Group of 5 school, and an FCS school for playoff eligibility. So they have to play. Essentially, we're talking about 10 power games, and everybody is playing 9. I have to imagine that this one is a check mark in the box of John Bishop.
Can't really argue with it. Now, would someone... What would be the requirements for a Group of 5 team?
Let's see. He says his scheduling Group of 5 games. Let's see.
Does a Group of 5 team have to play? I mean, what if, argument's sake, let's say...
Well, I guess if every
let's say Colorado State tries to go, Matt Rule's schedule and play a bunch of Houston Christians.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Are there also similar, hey, Group of 5 teams can't just back into this too? They've got to play other quality.
Well, I think
opponents.
if every power team is playing a G5, I mean, that is basically half the sport is playing the other half of the sport.
I guess.
So,
I
think
suppose. Okay.
And he does add this. He says, in terms of Notre Dame, we're making every Power 4 team play 10 games against power competition. We will ask the same of Notre Dame. And then he adds, the school's already doing that in 2025. So it's not like we're forcing Notre Dame to do something that it's already not willing to do. So uniformity across the board. So yeah, we're in total agreement. Now, John, this is the one that I'll just read it to you. It's titled Calendar. He says, the first thing we're going to do is start the season earlier. Television networks love starting the season on Labor Day weekend because it allows them to play games from Thursday to Monday, blah, blah, blah. The first college games, though, will be a week earlier on Saturday. And for this year's sake, I'm going to use those dates. This year starts on Saturday, the 23rd. I propose we start them on Thursday, August 14th. And he says, please don't tell me it's too hot for games, as if it's any cooler on August 23rd than the 14th. If we include 3 buys for every school, that means the regular season will last 15 weeks.
3 buys? What do we need 3 for?
Player safety, John. Do you hate the players?
Oh, my God. The NFL doesn't even do 3.
And they should. Again, using the 25 calendar, the final weekend of the regular season would be Saturday, November 22nd, which is the weekend before Thanksgiving. And then he says we're taking Thanksgiving off. First round of the playoffs begin on Friday night, December 5th.
What?
2 games. The other 6 games
No
are the next
football
week.
on Thanksgiving.
Johnny,
this is horrible.
You ready for this? Second round is the next week. The third is the week after that. And the national championship is played on Saturday, December 27th. Boo! Throw tomatoes at Tom's
Wait a minute.
column.
He's trying to get rid of January 1st?
Yeah, because there's still going to be other bowl games. Boo!
What? No, this is what was he on drugs? Was he drinking Busch Light Apple?
Maybe.
I mean, my God, this is the worst one yet.
You know what Busch Light Apple does to a guy? Yeah, I didn't like that part either.
No, this is bad. And no, we do not need the season starting in mid-August. I can understand if we have to do the week 0
we're so
thing.
close, though, now,
No,
John.
we do not need the season starting in mid-August.
John,
that is ridiculous.
If the season started in mid-August, that'd mean Big Ten Media Days are like next week. It would almost be time to go to Las Vegas for the scribes to cover Nebraska's Big Ten Media Days.
Well, then how are they going to watch the Springsteen movie 17 times?
Nice. Let's see. Conference championship games. I'll just read the first sentence. We're getting rid of them. All right, perfect. We can move on. I actually don't hate that one. I don't mind the conference championship games going bye-bye. And then, as I mentioned,
good luck with that, though, because, again, that's money they control.
Mm-hmm. He says, in terms of bowl games, there's no reason bowls cannot continue being played during our new playoff, and there better be 2 days of games on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. It's just like, Tom, just make the championship game on New Year's Day. That part I didn't understand at all.
Yeah, I don't know what he's...
Like, the calendar being moved up a lot is weird for sure, but just end the season 4 days later on New Year's. Like, that is a normal thing to do.
If you want to murder the greatness of January 1st, put a bunch of meaningless bowl games there.
After you've already crowned a champ.
Exactly.
Yeah, that would be really, really ridiculous.
No.
He says that in terms of the selection process, there will be a committee. There will no longer be weekly rankings. The committee will comprise college administrators, former coaches, former players, and members of the college football media. He says, I want media in the room to provide greater transparency of how the selection process works to eliminate all the conspiracy theories.
Agreed.
arise every year. I thought that was awesome, and not just because I'm a part of the media. He says, however, the committee's rankings will not be final. We're going back to using some computer polls as well, power ratings to be exact. And he says, I don't mean power ratings in the sense of ones that we write out. He's talking about K-Ford, SP+, those types of power rankings. I thought that was a great idea. I love the idea of having somebody in the room that can provide transparency. I think that would be great. I would read so many articles about that. That sounds absolutely awesome. So I think we're in agreement on that. And finally, another one that I think you're going to dig, and that's that the playoff will not just be on one network, that CBS, ESPN, Fox, NBC, whatever it is, there will be multiple outlets that broadcast the games, and the championship will rotate from year to year. And he said he wanted to do that because, honestly, because of what it's like in the NFL. When you give one network exclusive rights to the product, that network then has the ability to exert influence over the product, and I want to avoid that as much as possible. I have to imagine there is no one that wouldn't give that a thumbs up just because, unless you're working for ESPN, I guess. But otherwise, I think college football fans, for the most part, would say, awesome, that sounds great.
Though, and I'm not disagreeing with this, the NFL's pretty much the only sport that rotates among all of its partners, right? I mean, the NBA finals are always on ABC, ESPN.
Correct.
The Major League Baseball playoffs are World Series is on Fox.
Only on Fox, yep.
Now,
hockey, I think, goes back and forth between
does it
Turner
go back and forth
ESPN.
between Turner and ESPN? Okay,
Yeah.
so that might be a difference. But before that, it was strictly on NBC.
Yep, that's true.
So what the NFL does is actually now less common. I mean, a lot of times benchmark sporting events, the Masters has been on CBS for 60 years.
Mm-hmm.
The U.S. Open is strictly an NBC property now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing with Tom, but I am saying that what the NFL does is rather unique. But the NFL is also the only other sport that literally every major media company has a stake in it.
Yes.
I
think the thing
that's not true with every other sport.
Yeah, and I think the thing that matters maybe in this sport that doesn't in others is that the perception that ESPN has the thumb on the scale, because
they do.
They have the SEC, and the SEC is viewed as the bad guy. It'd be really interesting to see how people viewed the playoff if ESPN did not have SEC rights. Like, what if it was flipped and the Big Ten was the ESPN station and the SEC was on Fox and CBS and NBC? We've gotten so ingrained in the SEC being this all-powerful entity. I don't think that would change overnight just because it was on another network, and I don't think that they'd start shilling for the Big Ten overnight. But eventually, perception would say, oh, the SEC or the Big Ten, they're ESPN's darling conference. They want them to do well. But that's an astute observation by you. The NFL is a rarity in terms of rotating. I think it'd be great if the NBA rotated championships. I know Major League Baseball used to. The World Series would go back and forth between the various networks, right?
Yep.
And that stopped,
Yep.
I think, in the late 90s, early 2000s.
That stopped when Fox became the exclusive in the early 2000s. But yeah, ABC and NBC
yep,
went back and forth from, I want to say, 76 until whenever Fox became the permanent.
The main one. But even the NBA, when you were growing up, CBS, and then
CBS.
NBC took over, and it's been ABC since 2003. So, that we're talking about 20-something years now of the NBA Finals being on one network, whereas the NFL is always rotating, and they are about to add in a fourth partner for the Super Bowls for the first time in 2 seasons. It's going to be on ESPN/ABC. So, like, that they're adding to the pot.
Yeah.
And how long until it's a streaming service that has the Super Bowl? So yeah, maybe comparing yourself to the NFL in this part is actually difficult because no other sport does what the NFL does. So you like some of them, but you dislike others, it seems. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm about 50-50.
That's kind of where I was too.
I'm about 50-50. Coming up next, it's content. Haven't talked about the Shedeur Sanders story yet.
Ooh.
Also, another Husker tradition is going away.
Oh, okay. The sellout streak, did they announce that it's dead?
Stand by for that.
Was the red carpet experience gone?
Find out.
I think that is already gone unofficially.
But the kids.
Yeah, I know. Well, I will give you this hint. This Husker tradition that's dying does involve the kids.
Oh, color me intrigued.
1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike.
I forgot what day it was.
We've all forgotten what day it is.
It's Friday.
Unsportsmanlike. I think John's trying to talk.
Hi, John.
Content that's unsportsmanlike.
John, hopefully you didn't say any F words. Well, I guess it would have been okay because we
It
were.
would have been fine.
Yeah.
I wasn't on, apparently.
Nobody would have heard you.
Are we sure this is content? Yes, it's Friday.
content.
That means content's a little earlier today.
See, it's a fair confusion thing to make.
Very normal confusion.
Sure.
I'm a
Why
normal
not?
confusion. Here's something we haven't had a chance to discuss yet. Shohei is back.
Folks!
The best player in baseball is pitching yet again. John, you're triggered because you can't make those funny jokes.
He threw one inning.
About him being half a player anymore.
Inning.
Oh,
And he's
interesting.
still afraid of playing defense. There was a ground ball hit the other night. He was supposed to cover first. Where was he? Nowhere to be found.
John, baseballs are fast.
I almost think that Shohei Ohtani is afraid of defense. Like he's like, oh, defense. Oh, we don't have to do this, do we? Listen, good for him. He's back pitching. I would like to know if we set a number like number of innings that he throws for the rest of his career. Because I don't think, however much more he pitches, at the end of his career, he will just strictly be a hitter. He won't be pitching until he retires.
I would agree with that.
How many innings does he have left?
What is a good number of innings in a season? 100 and something?
I mean, it used to be for a starter, you get to 200 innings.
So today, is it like 130?
Well, it wouldn't be today, but I'm just saying for the rest of his career, what if we said 500 innings?
That's what I was trying to figure out. Like, what's
for the rest of his career? Will he pitch more or less than 500 innings?
So is that what, 4 or 5 seasons worth of a normal amount of innings?
That'd be like 3.5 seasons.
I'll say yes. I still think that he'll be pitching as we close in on 2030. So
I wouldn't be surprised if he's used more sparingly. We're not going to see him out there for 7 innings in a game. I'll take the under.
Can you spare an arm?
Nice.
That's what they're saying to him. List season rolls on this offseason, and earlier this week, Chris Lowe ranked college football's most unbreakable records.
Oh!
At the top, Oklahoma's 47-game winning streak, Barry Sanders' 1988 season, Florida State's 14-year streak of top 5 seasons. That seems like a lot of qualifiers. Oklahoma's 1971 rushing offense averaging 472.4 yards per game. I take back what I said about the last one. And John Reeves' 9 INT day against Auburn in 1969.
He had 9 picks?
How crazy is that?
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a good list?
So,
oh my God.
I'll say this, John, that one of these doesn't belong in the top 5 anymore, and that is, well, God, I don't know. Like, I want to say Barry Sanders shouldn't be on there because we almost saw it broken last year. But Ashton Genty was a freak, and he still didn't get there, and he played in 1 million extra games. All of these records are unbreakable. 47-game winning streak will never happen. The best in my lifetime, I think, is the USC team that won 2 in a row and almost won a third, and they still were more than 10 games short of that record. Like Florida State's, Bama got close to it. Like, I think that could happen if you have a great offense, like, or a great coach. None of these are replicated. I mean, John, 500-yard rushing yards per game, that is stupid. That will absolutely never happen. So, in a way, I almost want to say every record should be tied for number 1 on this part because no one's going to be allowed to throw 9 interceptions. That's 2 a quarter and then another one. No
well,
way.
but it's was John Reeves the quarterback?
He was the He had 9
Oh,
interceptions.
I thought this was a defensive back who made like 9 interceptions.
No, he threw 9 interceptions in one game. That is impossible. The guy would get benched by 5 or 6, even if he got to there.
Wow. That one still blows my mind.
How hilarious is that?
That is hilarious.
Yeah.
Especially it was in 1969. Teams didn't even throw 9 times in games.
Yeah, he was 0 for 9, and they were all.
What were his numbers that day?
I'll go see if I can find it while we do the next.
I want to see what his numbers were that day. I'm very curious, but that's a very good list. Good list, Chris.
Good list. Shedeur Sanders has been cited twice this month for speeding. Surprised he didn't go to Georgia with this type of recklessness.
Hey-oh!
This is, I mean, with all the nonsense that happened with the Suggs, who was a Raiders receiver?
Oh,
God, I can't remember his name now.
Yeah, I know. I was just listening to a podcast, and he came up to Henry Ruggs.
Henry Ruggs,
yeah,
not Suggs. Ruggs,
yeah.
Now listen, I don't think Shedeur was under the influence of anything, but this is so stupid. And it's so unnecessary. I'm sure his daddy will have some excuse, some built-in excuse for, why he did it and now he's being unfairly treated. But come on, this is not how you're supposed to be. How much of a hurry can you be in? Where are you going? You're not late for a game. You're not even playing in a game.
Well, did you see, John, how fast he was driving?
Yeah, it was like 101 in a 60.
That's not being in a hurry. That's being an idiot. And then, did you see the other thing that happened with this? He didn't go to court. Like, this is the type of behavior that it's lucky that he didn't kill anybody, like Ruggs.
Kill himself.
He didn't kill himself. This is, like, man, when he dropped in the draft, you wondered, this could be really good for him. I think I made the argument in Hot Take Market. This will actually be good for him because now he's got to, deal with a little adversity. This better be a learning experience because it's one thing to be late for work, late for whatever, an appointment, and you're driving, 70 and a 55. I've done that. I think all of us in our audience have done that. There's a difference between 70 and a 55 and what was it, 100 and a 65? Like plus it's 100. Like that's asinine behavior.
He's never going to learn.
He
is never going to learn until he actually
makes a mistake.
Until he actually, realizes that, like his NFL career is over. He will be one of those guys that it will be looking back. And I'm not saying he is Johnny Manziel, but Johnny Manziel didn't realize all the dumb things he was doing until after he basically shot his entire career.
Yeah.
Shedeur is going to be one of those people who's going to continue to make stupid decisions and stupid mistakes and act arrogant and ridiculous until he realizes he's not allowed to do what he wants to do anymore, or he's not good enough to do what he wants to do anymore.
Damn. John went after him.
Yeah.
Another Husker tradition is dead.
What?
The new concessions vendor, Aramark?
Sure.
Armark? Will not hire people under 18. Thus, the tradition of kids walking the aisles at Memorial Stadium are over. When will the madness end?
Child labor is officially canceled in Nebraska.
Now you can't get a beer from a 16-year-old.
I'll say this. I've always found it a bit odd that you could have a little pipsqueak 12-year-old selling you a Runza. That said, and Jack couldn't join us today because he's on vacation. Jack famously had this job.
He did.
Yes,
when
he
was
did.
a child. Now, he didn't do the job. He sat at the top of the stadium and he watched the football games. But legally, he was employed by Nebraska.
He said he got yelled at for it.
Now, Jack couldn't do this. Well, I mean, he could because he's almost 50. But if Jack was a child today, he couldn't do this. Bummer. Very sad for the kids. And, John, do you remember that famous comic that the World Herald, not the Scott Frost one, that the World Herald had during the Callahan era where it was like a lot of the trees falling down that had been chopped and it was all the streaks that were gone?
Yep.
There was one that was standing that said sellout streak. We need to chop down another that says young boys selling Runzas.
Child labor.
Wow. The Nebraska Lorax has got to be pissed. Iowa State has new red helmets for the upcoming season, including a look that goes back to the 1980s. What do you think?
Oh, no. The picture didn't upload. Sorry.
Oh, no.
Interesting.
No, I deleted it.
Oh. They look cool.
They're awesome. They're great.
I agree. They look
Next.
great. Good job, Nick.
I mean, I will say the 80s Cyclones logo is my all-time favorite Cyclones logo.
So it's that? Is that what it is?
It says Cyclones on the side. It was the helmets they wore back in the 80s.
Yeah,
Go look it up.
Okay, I'll check it out.
Whatever.
It says Cyclones on the side of the helmet.
Oh,
it's not their
badass.
It's not their only helmet. They have the one with the I-State logo, but yeah,
I give it a thumbs up.
It's surprisingly hard to find merch with that logo, that 80s logo on it.
That's a bummer.
Yeah,
that's because they were not good.
Oh, but John, the logo.
And people didn't want to wear any of their stuff back then.
We
They
have
were
an
bad.
old. My dad has an old fridge
Wait.
magnet, probably from the 80s.
Are you talking about that one?
Yeah.
There it is. It's on home field.
Oh, I'm glad that's on home field.
There you
I
go.
check home field periodically, and I never feel like I see it. Anyway, next question. Remember 2 years ago when an online gambling site disqualified several Iowa State athletes?
Oh, speaking of Iowa.
This week, the school announced a partnership with Elite Casino Resorts in which student athletes will receive NIL opportunities to make appearances at the casino and appear in promotional content for the resort group. What?
Yeah. Remember when this story broke 2 summers ago and we were like, oh my God, all these athletes are going to get busted. And now Iowa State is saying, hey, Johnny All-American. Well, and Iowa State would be, hey, Johnny third team All-Conference. Go to the casino and do a public appearance and shake hands and kiss babies. Unbelievable.
Yeah, like on one hand, get that paper, get that bag. I guess I understand it from that perspective. On the other, it's just like, wow. The hypocrisy of all of this is pretty incredible. I mean, John, we were talking with Farron yesterday. Mark Jaron yesterday.
Jaron.
We were talking with Mr. Jaron about the outside of Wrigleyville these days compared to when you were growing up. One of the things that we didn't mention is they have a sports book that's attached to the ballpark. So strange. We live in strange times.
We do. The Stanley Cup Final averaged 2.5 million viewers, down from the 4.1 million who watched last year, and significantly lower than this winter's Four Nations Face-Off, which averaged 4.6 million. Hockey.
Doesn't seem like people were that interested. You know, it's weird, John, because I remember the NBA Finals when they had the Raptors 6 years ago now.
Yeah.
You know, the ratings were down and people were like, Canada. But, like, don't Americans like it when Canada's in the Stanley Cup Final? Like,
no,
I feel like
they don't.
I like
they
it
don't.
more. I am more interested when a Canadian team is in it than when they're not. Though that, I would say, my excitement is offset by a Southern team being in the Stanley Cup Final. And so maybe, I wonder if it's the Canadian team or Florida that triggered more people to tune them away, you know?
Listen, I know hockey fans are hockey fans. It doesn't matter what time of year it is. But I do wonder if playing the Stanley Cup Finals in June is a detriment. That people aren't thinking, you know, it's like today, it's 100 degrees outside. They're not thinking about hockey.
That's a great point.
And, you know, winter sports, you know, basketball's a little different because we've been conditioned that basketball is almost like a year-round sport, right?
Mm-hmm.
But this one is literally played on ice. And just the concept of having it late in the season. Yes, if the Blackhawks would have been in here, if the Rangers would have been in here, bigger American markets, then yes, it would have been probably a bigger number. But I do wonder how much it hurts that the Stanley Cup is being contested in the middle of June. I think it would. I think psychologically it would help if this thing were, you know, a month earlier.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It is a good point.
Good point, John.
Well, boys, we all have the weekend up. Wait, no, we all don't. Josh, you will be live from the Omaha Baseball Village on Sunday with Matt.
Working.
Josh, you'll be working.
Yeah.
But how should John and I, who won't be working, spend this weekend since we don't have to do anything like work? Unlike you, because you're working. Thank you for your service, by the way.
Oh, you know, it's nice to get a compliment. People say that I don't work, and here I am working on a Sunday because John, who was asked to work, told them no. Interesting, John. I thought Gen Xers loved work. You always love reminding me how much you work.
I think this is good for you. This is making up for all those years where you didn't.
I will have fun. Now, honestly, I just wish it wasn't 100. I'll have a great time. Matt and I had a great time last week. Many jokes, many laughs, and he learned about the Sistine Chapel.
You better be previewing the championship game instead of talking about nonsense. This is a baseball pregame show.
It is?
This is before a national championship baseball game. Someone could win the national championship on Sunday. This should be a baseball pregame show.
I will say this. Ryan McGee, friend of the Grum and friend of 1620 The Zone, he will join us in person. So I will ask him about baseball. And I can promise you that, John. And I can promise you that I'll say, let's go up into the broadcast booth with Kevin Kugler and Scott Graham and Connor Happer down on the field for the national championship.
And Connor Happer down on the...
Oh no, he exploded. He got submersibled.
Coming up next, it's predictions time. On Sportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over, bet the over.
A couple of the predictions that we had from 2 weeks ago are still in play.
Oh.
Well, one in particular. Two others, we tried to pick the NBA Finals winner in total games. We all lost.
I was going to say, yeah, we're all wrong on that one.
And then also the College World Series winner. None of our teams made the finals, so we're wrong on that. But there is one prediction on the NBA Finals that still is in play for Game 7. So,
yeah.
With that said, we now move to this week. Pacers Thunder, Game 7. Pacers 8-point underdogs. I'm going to go against convention that says that these games are close. I think the Thunder win by double digits.
I will go with convention, a close game. Give me the Pacers to cover.
Me too.
Which player will score the most points?
Nick, do you need some help?
Is Halliburton like a points guy, or is he just like a...
I mean, he can be. You got SGA. He's the MVP of the season.
I'll take SGA.
I'm going to go with Jalen Williams, John. And I'm going to make sure that you have the correct spelling on this because there are two Jalen Williams that are on the Thunder. So I need to make sure that we have the correct one. And that is, I think he is Jlen Williams. I will confirm in a moment. But I just want to make sure. Let's see.
Well, I'm going to go with SGA and not try to make this confusing.
Jalen Williams, please.
So we did have a prop. Will anyone score more than 45 points in a game this series?
You both said no, right?
We both said no. No one has done that yet. 40 is the max. So
I got so close.
That pick is still up in the air for Game 7.
Yeah, you guys are feeling good.
Largest lead by either team in this game will be over or under 10.5 points. Over.
Yeah, over.
Under.
Oh, bet the under.
Who is the finals MVP?
I'm going to go with Halliburton.
Wow, so you think the Pacers are going to win the finals? Mm-hmm. I'm going to go SGA.
Same. Major League Baseball.
This is tonight's game that we're doing.
This is tonight's game.
Not the whole series, though. The total might fit with the whole series. Am I right, folks?
Hey,
Yankees over or under 5.5 runs versus the Orioles tonight.
The Orioles are hot ass.
Oh,
they're not very good.
The hot ass boys.
I'm gonna take the Yankees over.
Same.
Yeah, we're the over boys.
Mets Phillies this weekend. Pick the series. I'm going to go Phillies 2-1.
Phillies will be thinking too much about 1964, which is a series everybody knows about. Give me the Mets 2-1.
I'm going to pick the Mets because it's insane that they've spent as much money as they have on that team.
Mm-hmm.
I think they have to.
They have to win because they spent a lot of money. Wait, what's this?
This is tonight's game, the Diamondbacks versus the Rockies.
I thought we talked about good things in predictions. Got him.
The Rockies have been kind of weird. They like June. The Rockies like June.
June-tober?
It's June-tober.
Oh, wait. June.
It's Rock June. I said that last season, too, remember?
No, I don't.
It's Rock June.
I'm going to call it June-tober.
I really don't remember that at all.
I'm taking the Rockies.
Man, the Diamondbacks look now is so bad. Though I did just realize that the line across is to look like a tongue.
Oh,
I never had noticed that before.
I never noticed that either.
It's like learning about the arrow in the FedEx logo.
Look at the A tongue.
I'm going with the Diamondbacks.
Gross.
John, did you know about that tongue?
No, I never really looked that close.
Look at us. We just
never really
something.
looked that close. Rafael Devers, who last Sunday got traded by the Boston Red Sox to the Giants, now gets to play his former team this weekend. So this is all 3 games. Total hits for Rafael Devers, over under 3.5.
So the whole thing with Raphael is the Red Sox wanted him to play position. And he's like, nah. And then he went to the Giants. He's like, I'll play any position.
I'll do whatever you need me to do.
It's hilarious.
Wow. Anti-Red Sox.
I'm going to go over.
Under.
Cricket.
Oh my gosh. I cannot wait for football season.
I did not realize that there is American cricket.
Yeah. Well, why did you and why do we have it in here?
Because it's cricket.
It's like baseball, but a little more confusing.
Much more confusing.
I'm not going to say what I was going to say, but I will only say this. The matchup is the Texas Super Kings versus the San Francisco Unicorns.
Good nicknames because they're different and unique. I think the calendar graphic looks better with the unicorns, the outline that Nick so loves like it's his child. Give me the unis.
I am conflicted because I think that the Super Kings have a much cooler and better logo, but I've always liked unicorns as a concept. So, unicorns.
Oh.
Thanks for the point.
Concept of a unicorn?
Yeah.
I'm going to take
concept
Texas.
of a corn.
Game 1, College World Series, heard right here on 1620 The Zone and the Westwood One Radio Network.
And our stream. We're allowed to stream it on 1620 The Zone.
With great pregame coverage as well.
This is runs in Game 1. Total runs in Game 1, over or under 8.5.
Under.
Same.
Wow.
Wow, we all agree. Total home runs hit in the series, I believe, if I remember right, we're only at 12 home runs, 12 or 13 home runs hit in the entire series.
Well, it's that
which
much?
is basically a third. It's basically a third of what we had in the entire World Series last year.
Yikes.
I'm going to go. Well, let's see. Which way is this crappy wind blowing?
And it's blowing, John. I believe it's blowing north over the next couple of days.
I'm going to double check on that. That'd be weird to have 100 degrees and the wind's blowing out of the north.
No, it's blowing to the north, so it's blowing out of the south.
I'm going to say
that's what I asked.
I'm going to say 4.
I said it's blowing to the north, John.
Yeah, but when you describe the winds,
I
you
don't
describe
have
the
a
direction
weather
that the winds
station.
are coming from.
I don't have a station of weather.
Yeah, there's south winds.
John
Wow,
has
it's
been
going to be
weirdly
really gusty
uppity about weather this
Yeah,
week.
so when you say
I'm
south
not
winds,
uppity.
it's coming out of the south?
Yeah, a southerly wind is coming from the south.
Interesting. It should be like stage. It should be stage wind. So it's coming out of the north going south. Anyway.
What'd you say?
4.
Damn it! That's my exact number, Nick.
Well,
you can both get the point. I'm going to go 2.
Actually, you know what? I'll switch it just so we all have different ones. 3.
Oh.
3. The combination of 3 and 5. I'll go 3.
Who wins and in how many games? Coastal Carolina has won 26 straight games. They haven't lost since April the 22nd.
So
I'm going to take Coastal in a sweep.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Coastal wins.
I am in agreement with John. They're a wagon.
I'm going to take Coastal, but 2-1.
So you're saying we're doing a show on Monday and you're not doing anything. Did you know that, John, that Nick doesn't work Monday?
I'm not on the schedule. I didn't make the schedule.
I'm quite aware.
And then John has to remember how to do College World Series shows where we have all these reads, 4 reads a segment. How do you divide them up? All those things.
John gets cranky when you tell him he has to do a read.
Oh, yeah. I know.
Yeah, especially when the person telling me to do the read can't count. Oh, you got to do 17 more scoreboards. I already did 18.
Nick, you got to learn how
I confirmed with the producer back here.
What
John
did you
was
say, Nick?
wrong.
You say LSU?
No, Coastal.
Oh,
Coastal, but 2-1.
2-1.
And now.
Oh, he's going to make me do this.
He's always going to make you do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening.
No, it is
Hey,
not.
it's the last last NASCAR race on Prime. We all got to watch Prime.
I love Prime.
Prime's great. So we're going to do this the way we've done this in the past. We're picking 3 drivers, and it's cumulative finish. So we're adding all the finishing totals for all of our 3 drivers, and the lowest number wins.
John, the link you sent us didn't work.
All right, worked for me.
Well,
I'm looking at it right now.
You link terribly. Oh,
No,
here.
I don't.
It
It's
works.
literally the
It
link.
Okay, it works now.
No, it works now.
It didn't.
I didn't know how to push the button. I don't know how to push the button. This is Pocono. Let me go with Hamlin.
Pocono.
Bermuda.
I'm going to go Hamlin, Bell,
Lewis?
No.
And
Hamlin, and McGill. I knew you'd like that
Bowman.
one, John. Bowman, Zachary. Let's go with Blaney. Let's go with Brad Keselowski. And let's go with Josh Memberberry.
Give me Denny Hamlin. Give me Brad Keselowski. And Chase Briscoe.
Briscoe? Hardly knew-o. John, are you going to watch this during the baseball on Sunday?
I've got 2 TVs.
Nice.
I have to be watching the baseball, A, because I like it, and B, because I want to see if the cameras pick up Connor being on fire.
John, by the way, name that driver.
Name what driver?
The one I modeled the graphic after.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had my other screen up.
It's a new bit that I'm doing. NASCAR Easter eggs.
Wow, it's so cool.
Well, what? I don't know.
It's Steve Park.
Oh, okay.
John, you don't know the numbers of the drivers?
No, I know the numbers, but it
was an Easter egg.
It's an Easter egg. I figured you'd know.
I mean,
yellow
it could have
car,
been. It could have
red one.
It could have been Donnie Allison. He drove number 1. It could have been.
Andrew says Steve Park.
Thank you, Andrew.
Well, Steve Park drove the number 1, but so too did Marty Trucks drove the number 1 for a while.
Marty Trucks' car wasn't
Right
yellow
now,
with a red number.
Yeah,
right
John.
now, it's Ross Chastain.
I thought you knew ball, John. Or
I
tires.
do know ball.
I thought you knew tires.
My era of NASCAR that I care about is specifically between 2000 and 2008.
Okay, well then that would be Steve Park.
The era of NASCAR that I know is between don't care and who gives a bleep.
Wow. We'll wrap up the Grum next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up, and on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just, like, going out to eat.
Last night was delicious pork steaks off the grill.
Ooh. Is that a pork chop?
No, they're actually they're called pork steaks. But it's like a pork chop, but it's got a bone in it and everything. It's really good. It's really good when you
steak.
It's really good when you put a little barbecue sauce on it, let it finish on the grill.
Nice.
It's delicious.
That sounds tasty, John.
Just seems like a big chunk of ham at that point.
No, ham is very different.
Ham is the water of meats. Enchiladas.
Nice.
Yeah. She already made them, so I just got to throw them in the oven.
Nice.
Because I'm on my own. It's a Friday.
Oh.
Very excited.
No clue.
No clue?
I don't know. I had a sandwich last night. It was delicious.
I'm trying to remember what I had last night. What did I say I was going to have?
I think you had salad. Didn't you have salad or
There
something?
was salad. We had pizza and salad.
Oh, that's
Pizza
right.
We have been
and
getting...
salad.
So we try, at Costco, they have these salad kits for the lazy in you. If you just want to have a salad, but you don't want to do anything, right?
Yeah, no, we get salad kits.
Throw it
They're
in there,
nice.
mix it around.
They got
It's
a little
nice.
baggie of croutons in there, too.
Yeah, it's nice, right? It just saves a little time. So they have this one called a pickle salad.
Oh.
And we were like, should we try it? Let's try it. So we tried it like a month ago. It's awesome. It's very refreshing on a warm day like today. And so I probably had 3/4 of it by myself.
Nice.
Because you can't keep leftover salad.
No.
You can keep leftover pizza, which I'll probably have some of that this weekend. But you can't keep leftover salad. So when she's full, it's like, it's go time for your
All
boy.
right, I guess I'll finish the salad.
I love it. We had lunch today together, and she was like, I can't finish this. Do you want it? So I had half of a chicken sandwich and more fries.
It's kind of the best.
It really is nice.
Paige, do you want the rest of this? Absolutely.
Oh, sure. I'll eat some of those fries.
Yeah, I guess I can finish your burrito.
I love it when she doesn't want the rest of her fries. She's like, do you
Great.
want to help me out? Yes, I would love to.
It's like your version of the cheese tax.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. She has the Josh Fry tax. It's great.
Your Rissa's Mr. Banks.
There we go. Wow. I never thought of it that way.
Well, maybe you can get stimulated too, along with Mr. Banks.
Nice.
Are you going to spark up next to Mr. Banks too, Doobie Dog?
No, Nick, that's illegal in Omaha.
Sorta.
Yeah, I guess I don't know what is legal and illegal these days.
Yeah.
You kind of do whatever you want in society. We're in a lawless place. But they're not going to arrest a dog for smoking a J.
How did he even roll that thing?
Does he have a little tie dye? Does he have like a tie dye collar?
Oh, that's a good idea. Right now,
Is he listening to a lot of Grateful Dead.
He's a huge
Bob
fan
Dylan.
of Abbey Road and
Abbey Road, yeah.
Strawberry Fields Forever.
Oh.
He just likes that song on repeat.
He just likes to, you hear him go into his little dog bed and just blasting the White Album.
Strawberry Fields for Banks is high again.
Oh, here we
Add
go.
more of that grass. Add more of that grass.
All right. Well, next week, say for Monday, unless there is a baseball game,
Jinx.
it'll be a normal week.
And our last one for a while because then Nick's leaving us.
I am.
And then
Well,
it'll be a
that's true.
holiday.
Yes, it
We'll
will.
have a great time. Next week's going to be fun. We can talk to our guests, our regular guests again. I've missed
Our
them.
regulars, yeah, that's
Sipple
true.
and Mitch, Bruns,
Oh, my.
Schaefer, and Jack Mitchell, and Michael
Yeah.
Severe.
All those people.
It's going to be
Mondays
awesome.
with Michael can be back.
Mondays, more football conversations. Plus, it'll be football season next week. Gosh,
Football?
how exciting, John. We have finally arrived at football season. You don't have a basketball game to prepare for. Don't have a baseball game to prepare for. You got to prepare for Big Ten Media Days and football.
No, there will be no prepping for Big Ten Media Days.
All right, well, I'll do the prep then, I guess.
I mean, how do you prep for hearing the same answers to the same 5 questions?
Wow.
I think we're going to be a really good football team this year. We're going to play a lot of football.
We're going to do better than last season,
Probably
probably.
better than last season.
Nick, I
It
believe
was
him.
great.
I believe him. 7-5.
And then a
here.
bunch of pictures with double finger points.
I mean, if Nebraska's going to have one of the easiest schedules in the Big Ten, it'd be embarrassing for them to do the same or worse.
Hard to argue with that.
Maybe on something.
Houston.
All right. Well, again, stay cool. Be careful. Make
Stay
sure you
hydrated.
hydrate. Yes, hydrate. So that we can all be back here on Monday when it's not quite as blistering hot. We hope. And if we are playing baseball on Monday, Josh and I will be out at the Baseball Village.
I cannot wait. And I'll be at the Baseball Village on Sunday with Matt McMaster and Josh Hudson.
See ya.
Bye-bye.